Yeah.
Now,
It's gonna be easy.
chat might be wondering why we are live now. To anybody who's stopping by, who's curious why the Bloodborne overlay is here, is because of incredible confidence on my part that this will not remain an Elden Ring stream for very long. And I'll be changing the title of this very briefly and the thumbnail to act like it never happened. Nothing ever happened here. Nothing to see here, folks. So
this is just a showcase, an exhibition match.
This is nothing ever happens, chat. Don't worry about it.
I like that you're using the Milady.
Yeah, I was using it very briefly. Milady. I have tried a billion things against this boss.
Is that what Leon calls the Rakuyo? Milady.
Milady.
Yes, Queen.
That's what we're gonna call it once we do it. So we're I have gone back and forth between using the Milady and using the Bleed Scarlet Rot and Spore Rapier.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. But I think right now we're going to go with Big Weenie build. So
Hell yeah.
we love Big Weenie build.
I am
now,
going to be I'm going to be dealing with a copyright issue with my latest video while this is going on. So
fun.
Are you summoning?
Of course. Also, welcome Milk Toast and Jay Swizzle and Amazing Takio, Nin, Vopop, Clint, Lord Pent, and everyone else who may be lurking around at these fine hours. I've spent about 4 hours on this boss across 3 different sittings and came to the realization that the only way I can actually win this fight is if it's me showing off to everybody. So let's set your over-unders now for how far into the stream it's going to take before this becomes Bloodborne again. But for now, I felt like I was going to go insane playing a boss for hours on end by myself. I haven't had to do that since like 2017 when I got stuck on like Cleric Beast. And here we are now.
Well, Cleric Beast is, to be fair, the hardest boss in Bloodborne.
Cleric Beast is something else. I have gotten this fight down to like 10 to 20% HP about half of the time. The big hurdle for me is that, one, I don't actually have a maximum healing flask. I'm 1 below the max, I found out. I need 1 golden seed to get up to 14 flasks. I have 13.
Do you know
maybe
where your missing seed is?
I know that there's like 12 that I must be missing because there's a lot of extra ones. But we'll figure that out when the time comes. But now enter Giant Dad. Let's see if we can take him.
Oh fuck! Are you using buffs? Ugh.
Yes. We are using buffs. I love buffs.
Oh, he didn't punish.
He did not punish. Now I'm getting punished.
Damn. Oh my god, you're still alive.
Somehow. I wonder what the actual HP value was on that.
Must have been like 20 or something. Oh, is he rotted?
Yes.
Oh no, that's his weakness.
Until now, phase 2. I'll let the phase 2 cutscene. So just so everybody knows, I am at Jay Swizzle's asking if I have all the Shadow Tree fragments. I'm at Shadow Tree level 19. There are 2 that I'm missing, and one of them's in this area. Because I did look at a map. So there's one missing here, and then I just don't know where the other one's missing. And I figured the extra, like, 2%... If I die when he has, like, 2% of his health bar left, that's when I'll be mad about not getting to level 20.
Yeah.
But the Shadow Tree fragments are just heart pieces. They have diminishing returns at a certain point. Once you get up to, like, 15, 16, the difference becomes, like, super negligible in the way that, like, you know, 12 hearts in Zelda really gives you a lot to work with. The difference between 12 and 20, you probably don't need them.
Yeah. I have a question.
Yes.
Is Radahn homosexual? Is this representation?
Radahn feels gay. I don't know what it is about him, but... Also, I have one of those...
I'm just trying to find out if I have, like, a new queer icon or something.
I think you do. Give me the good attack. He gave me the good attack.
Incredible. Oh my god, your health.
It's fine. Oh. Okay, who's he eating? He's eating Ansbach.
It seems like he's eating a lot of men right now. Like, listen, I don't want to judge.
Look, when you see the custom death animation that they give for this fight, there's a custom death screen that only exists in this fight in the whole series. You're gonna be stunned.
I can't wait.
This one gets me. Okay, it did not get me.
Didn't get
But
you that time.
It got Mimic Tear, sadly.
Mimic Tear, no!
Damn.
Ooh.
I've never seen him do that attack right there.
Don't greed out.
Oh, wait. This is perfect. He has Scarlet Rot. I won. One attempt. One attempt.
He sold at the very end.
He sold. Holy shit, he sold. Scoreboard! Scoreboard! 9 minutes! 9 minutes! Can I tell everybody what my challenge?
Bloodborne, right?
Can I tell everybody what the? Where's some guy? Is some guy here? Literally first try.
Yeah. Hi, some guy.
Some guy. I'm glad.
All right, good stream, everyone.
So, can I tell everybody what my challenge was? I got me one of those free. I got me a freezer pop. One of those, like, you know, those old school, like, summer cheap. They come in like 100 packs. They're in a piece of plastic.
Yes, I buy them compulsively. They're fantastic.
I put one of them in like a little ramekin, or like bigger. No, a salsa thing. Ramekin's really small. I put it in a salsa, and I said I get to have this only when I beat Radahn, and I have to drink whatever melts. I just get to have the popsicle unmelted.
Yeah, you just fucking got yourself a nice frozen treat.
I wish X0X-Man was here. This is so silly.
Actually, Popper, you didn't actually beat the boss unless you do it soul level 1. And also, I noticed that you used buffs. And also, you used Mimic Tier, and that basically means that you weren't really playing Elden Ring.
I don't give a fuck. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be right back.
Go for it. All right, well, chat. I guess the stream's over. It took literally one attempt. So, genuinely beautiful. Yeah.
Okay. I'm back. Stream is not over. Stream is not over. Do not tell people stream is over. Stream is over for anybody that wanted to see me fight Radahn because he's gone and he can't come back.
Yeah, if you were here explicitly for Radahn, I am very sorry to tell you.
Don't worry. We have Bloodborne final boss too. Everyone who wants to see.
We have Chalice dungeons. We have so many Chalice dungeons.
Anybody that wants to see Chalice dungeons and Gurman and Easter egg hunts, get ready.
Yeah. This is where the real stream begins.
Yeah. The Remembrance of Radahn. This is just a warm-up.
I like that your thumbnail was you going, send help.
And then I just did it with what was in the game. Can I say,
real
my God.
Ambulance.
But not for me.
Ambulance, but not for me.
Okay, chat, here's my #1 advice for souls. Get your ass beat in by a boss for 2 hours and then come back to it later. And what happened here just now, I was just talking through the attempt too. I don't want to gas myself up, but like, I was just smooth dodging phase 2. Like, it was nothing. Like, I started greeting out at the end with, like, 5-hit R1 spam combos for bleed. You did that today with Nameless King, some guy. As in, you got your ass beat and came back, or you got to go back later, and then it's just going to be a freebie. So, I think Lord Pent, before the stream started, said, send your strongest 5-year-olds. All right, let's see. Remembrance of Radahn, consort of Mikola, hewn into the Shadow Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Oh, wait, that's just the stuff. In their childhood, Mikola saw in Radahn a lord, his strength and his kindness that stood in stark contrast with their afflicted selves. And so Mikola made his heartfelt wish that Radahn would one day be his king consort. So, first tried him on your 20th attempt. Okay, so do you want to know what happened? So that grab that he did at the end, right?
Yeah.
The one that killed him because he was scarlet rotted.
Yeah.
You die to that if you get grabbed twice. Because you don't die, you submit yourself to Mikola. So you stop fighting, and the death screen says heart stolen. So after Radahn grabs you the second time, you get the heart stolen.
Hold on, wait a second. Is Shadow of the Erdtree entirely about twink rights?
Yes. Let's watch this. I guess this is a cutscene?
I guess I'm going to be spoiled on Shadow of the Erdtree here.
Spoilers, by the way. Spoilers. This is actually a spoiler for me because I've never seen it. Is it possible?
I'm gonna mute. Hold on.
Okay. Chat, here's a good discussion question. Is it possible to actually spoil a Souls game?
There it is. Okay. One, no. Two, sorry. My brother is in a voice call with someone, and he is very loud, so it's not a whole lot to be done with that.
We beat
Let me know if it gets too disruptive.
It's fine. Like, I mean, like, the story. I don't know if there's anything you can see, any individual thing you can see in these games that spoils the story. I'll show chat my regular build, because I wasn't using the Solitude armor for the game. I was doing full-on either Raylana or Mesmer the whole time. I am going to get... it's like people came for Elden Ring, so I at least show off the drip, right? Because I love the light greatswords. They buffed light greatswords today. Their charged R2s now have wider hitboxes in PvP, so they used to be kind of janked before, but now they actually hit across their whole swings, I think.
Hell yeah. That's good.
Yeah. Look at this corporate slop, this anime crap that they're selling out the series with.
Honestly, corporate slop, indeed.
I am gonna get...
I remember when the series used to be underground for hipsters. Not many people knew about it. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Demon Souls.
Yeah.
No, I will not show you the box that the box that the Demon Souls came in.
Wait. Oh my god. Clint reminded me of something.
Oh yeah?
There's another boss in Elden Ring I have never beaten.
Who could it be?
Let's find out.
Is it the hippopotamus?
It is, believe it or not, it is not the hippopotamus. I love the hippo fight. I beat the shit out of the hippo fight. People who know this area, they know where we are.
Wait, you have... I thought you beat Malenia on stream.
Nope. I have never beaten this boss.
Oh, I mean, well, by now, Malenia's got to be for babies, right?
It has to be. Now, I have not practiced this boss at all, so this is just a little taste for another stream. Or I haven't practiced recently. Oh, weak to bleed. That's nice.
Holy shit.
That's it. That's the one.
That's the one. Yeah. Well, listen.
Didn't know the animation.
Death,
this boss is bullshit until you beat it. This is fun. New boss, new me.
Yeah. Waterfall?
I wonder what the trick is. Do I just run straight away? Do I run under her?
I think this trick is to run straight, like, away. If you get enough distance, you dodge most of her things.
Okay. It's the lifesteal that's crazy, right?
Oh yeah, that's like the thing.
Yeah, lifesteal's crazy. Hold on, let me edit this real quick. Beating Malenia for the first time. Because I killed... Okay, what do I take away? Okay, I'll take away the colon after Elden Ring. Actually, I'll just take out Elden Ring. Beating Melania for the first time because I killed the final boss of... Okay, so waterfowl dance go burr. Okay, so here's the... Okay, so like, shield's not gonna work. Do I drop... Let's take a look here at my talismans.
Wait, your blades are only +9?
Yeah. Oh, they're a, regular weapons...
Weapon.
Yeah, regular weapons go to,
Excuse me.
Regular weapons go up to +25, and then the somber weapons go to something else. 10. Not Ashes of War. I need to... What do we want? We don't need to reduce the equip load because just getting hit's not an option anyway. I'm not sure how life steal works. I'm also medium rolling anyway. So I could...
You could Mimic Tier. I'm just saying.
Mimic Tier kind of worries me in this fight because Mimic Tier... This is a fight that like takes advantage of what Mimic Tier... But this game punishes why Mimic Tier's so good. Because Mimic Tier's great because he doesn't give a fuck and he goes in. Right? But with lifesteal...
Melania does take poise damage. Like she
does take poise damage. We could stun lock.
Yeah.
Because I feel like with Mimic Tier, though, she's just going to keep healing. Once she goes, like, Waterfall Dance into Mimic Tier, she's going to heal right back up. Okay. So we'll go with that Wondrous Flask. I don't know if she's doing anything that's not physical damage. So we might not need that, at least for now. We'll study more. We're not going to do guard counter, so I'll enhance my charge attacks, and... Stamina at this point is just... Well, it's what you would call a honeypot. So we're going to enhance my 2-arm attacks. I'm just going to go in. You can really bully with Mimic Tier and heavy weapons, which is actually fun because I do have, if I really wanted to, I do have this weapon. The Carrion
What does that do?
Great Sword. What it does is it beats the crap out of people.
Nice.
You know what? I'll have it in the second slot so I can do that. Do I have Rykard's weapon? Yeah, I do. Sophomore slump.
I mean, you're trying a new weapon.
I also didn't drink my...
That counts.
I also didn't drink my Wondrous Flask.
Yeah, you have none of your buffs up. Like this.
Now I have my buffs. Come on. I got baited by that one hardcore.
Yeah, they kind of chewed you up on that one.
Who needs a riposte when... Oh, new attack. That should be it.
Ooh.
New attack.
But that's okay. But like you know.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. This was not supposed to be. This was not in the plans today, by the way, because I beat Radahn in one attempt. And for anybody just tuning in like Blind Coco, promised Consort Radahn, not Star Scourge Radahn. I forgot the first rule of Dark Soul. What? Flame grant me strength? Come on.
Just have Mikola like hug her twice.
Refill my stamina, please.
That's the...
I'm still not sure how to react, like what my first move needs to be. Just turn and run?
I think you gotta run, yeah.
Just gotta turn and run?
I think so.
The light great swords are so good, by the way, if you can't tell.
Yeah, they seem to be doing you... Oh my god. It's like, if you can keep aggression on her, you are obliterating her.
Yeah.
Like... It does seem like a lot of Mikola's... Or, not Mikola. A lot of Melania's, like... prowess, like what makes her an intimidating fight, is mostly like if you lack resolve. Like,
yeah, like you just got to get in there.
Yeah.
I've never seen this before, by the way. I don't think I've ever beaten Phase 1. You can tell how much better I've gotten at Dark Souls just over the last 4 months by streaming it every week and then learning how to learn the games. I do want to make a video about how the biggest problem with Elden Ring discourse is that people don't know how to learn. It's not about how the game teaches. Some people are bad at learning.
Some could say that that's the same problem that we have with public education, but, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People are very bad at learning at how to... Because what a lot of people do with these games is they'll learn a fight. They'll learn Pontiff Sulyvahn, or they'll learn Champion Gundyr, or they'll learn Radahn, but they don't generalize the lessons from that. They just treat it as like, I got good at reacting and memorizing Radahn, instead of what did I learn from that about positioning, about when to attack, about how to utilize openings. People take it one fight at a time, and you can get a lot better a lot more quickly if you generalize what you did in a fight. Champion Gundyr is like a chump. Just get in there.
Yeah.
Now, here's my number one rule about to blow up in my face. You will witness true horror. I'm going to fall for it. And I'm going to run away. Also, light greatswords are broken, I have to say. I'm scared. I'm scared of the fictional character in the fictional video game. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you don't want to stand there for that part.
I don't know what I want to do.
Seem like that'll... I think you just want to keep your distance. all of my knowledge of this fight is when the DLC dropped. When the DLC for this for Elden Ring dropped, I was watching famous Twitch streamer Oats Darba do attempts on Malenia for like a while. It took him like like an hour or two.
Okay, I can get her though. So your latest tweet wasn't just BM. Oh no, I've been actually thinking about doing that. So the question here is, what moves can I stagger her with? What attacks are best at staggering her, and making sure I don't fall victim to waterfowl dance?
Yeah. It should be easy. I don't listen. Maybe this is just me speaking from a place of like unearned confidence and arrogance. Malenia doesn't look that hard.
I mean, you're what? You're I mean, that's just an Abyss Watcher's attack.
Yeah. That's waterfowl.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
you definitely don't want to get cornered.
I got cornered there. So you can bully. Yeah. It seems like her lifesteal exists because you can bully her.
Yeah.
Now, actually, the light greatsword is awesome, right? I'm gonna try this guy real quick, the Moonrathil's Nightsword +9, because it's also a DLC weapon, and I'm in my DLC armor, and I'm only allowed to use DLC equipment. That's my rule, because I paid $40 for the shit. Let's just see what happens.
And then you're gonna try Mimic's Tear, right?
Yeah, I love Mimic Tear. I'll get Mesmer's soldiers out here to get bodied by her.
Hell yeah. That's waterfowl.
Run backwards, run backwards.
Okay, so you cannot...
run backwards. I keep trying to... Okay, now I've run into a new problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
My new problem is that I have worked so hard to internalize with Radahn, don't go back, because that's how he gets you, that this one attack, I'm trying to go into her.
Yeah, that is...
She's the first boss I've seen in forever where you want to run away. No, my buffs! Also, it's weird seeing a boss like this, because in the DLC, every boss just jumps you right from the get-go.
I guess it is weird that she kind of like takes her time with you.
Well, now this is just me struggling because this weapon's a different pace.
Yeah, this is just an adjustment phase.
Yeah. The problem, I don't think it's a good idea to try this unless I can get really good at holding back. I'm used to the rap-a-tap pace of charged R2 into R1 that the light greatsword lets you just get away with.
Mm-hmm.
That the ultra great swords, these colossal swords, just don't, because that's not what they're there to do. You get one attack.
But that attack can be huge.
Yeah. Like, that did a ton of stagger damage, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
I keep falling for it.
It does seem like Waterfowl Dance is the, like, hurdle. Once you learn how to deal with that specifically, then I think the rest falls into place.
I think it does too. Well, and I'm going to call that experiment done on the Mirathil Greatsword, because this is not the time, I think, to learn how to truly fight with a colossal sword, because it seems a little bit like I'm letting the theoretical benefits of the colossal greatsword overwhelm me when I could just be doing this.
Yeah, you could just be getting in there.
That's a very, like, Ishin dive around you that she has.
Yeah, no wonder they ported somebody modded a port, like modded her into Sekiro, because like she feels weirdly Sekiro-esque as a boss fight.
It looks like she does not have hyper armor on that one attack, where she does.
She does on Waterfowl. Get away.
That is a fast turnaround.
Jesus.
I can tell you what another problem is with Waterfowl Dance here. Her lifesteal goes through shields, right? I do know that, because I've had that problem before. Locked on, I'm too close to her, and I'm not just going straight back.
I think the running problem that I'm seeing is that I think that it works better if you're a more cautious player, because you already have some distance between the two of you, right? Like, it does not work nearly as
because I can do this all day.
Yeah, but like here, you're not going to be able to make that kind of distance.
Also, that attack was not Waterfowl Dance, so...
No. Hello, Becklen. Bopper beat Consort Radahn
in one attempt.
In one attempt. So now, to kind of pad out the runtime, we're doing Malenia attempts. And by we, I mean he is doing Malenia attempts, and I am watching him while finalizing the upload of my new video, which all things do seem to be in place. It was briefly copyright taken down, but it is back. So, take that.
Second time in phase 2.
Yeah.
So lesson learned for the first time. Just run.
Yeah.
And she's just gonna sit there.
Phase 2 mimic tier.
Yeah. Because Mimic Tier is my best friend.
I feel like I said Mimic Tier a whole bunch. And if this is the run that wins, and it's just because, like, you fucking picked Mimic Tier, I'm gonna find that so fucking funny.
Okay, you get Scarlet Rot. That's like an active hitbox for a grip. Mimic Tier, get that aggro. Let me heal up.
You gotta heal.
All right.
That's it.
Give me my trophy. Give me my trophy.
Boom. Done. Anything else that you need to fucking beat in an Elden Ring? While we're at it?
So...
Even further proof that this is a baby game. Yeah.
I've done Placidus Axe. Okay, I'm a little mad. I'm a little disappointed that I used Mimic Tier. I wanted to see if it would work. I didn't think that it would. Because I'm a big advocate for, like, you know, Spirit Ashes are a resource you use during the fight, especially for these big dog fights like this. Like, you find the time to bring them out. A lot of people try to use them first thing in the battle, and then they keep getting stomped phase 2. Because that's what I did Radahn. But, like, if the boss gives you a big opening in the middle of the fight to bring out your spirit summon, and that's the harder part of the fight, just do it there. But
I am sorry. I feel like I'm somehow mildly responsible for cheating you out of not only the game, but yourself.
Well, okay, so here's the thing that blew my mind, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. Phase 3?
Flower.
Cool. This goes hard.
I love flower.
Mikola and Malenia are both children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but suffered afflictions from birth. One was cursed with eternal childhood, and the other harbored rot within. Seek the isolated divine tower which stands beyond the lost great bridge. I'm missing a lot. There is a lot of stuff. I think now... Let's actually...
There's something you can take, right? In there, in the flower? You can grab something?
Maybe. No, this file, Vopop, is from 2 years ago. This is a new game file. Never looked up a guide or anything. So I have like 2 more ending trophies to get. I think now with Melania, like you can see here, Dragon Lord Placidus Axe, March 30th, 2022. And then Melania somewhere in here. I don't know what some of these other trophies are. But that's another Platinum Stream trophy for another time. I know there's a couple more DLC bosses I haven't done because I saw them in like a boss ranking on Fextra Life, and I was like, what the fuck are these? If only you do the whole quest line is to get the item. Yeah, I didn't do the whole quest line because I mean, I played the game before they even did the thing where they marked the map with there. Oh, there's a boss in here I never beat, which is a reskin fight.
Well,
but you know, Melania's Melania has no HP.
Long enough, right?
Yeah, Melania's got no HP compared to these DLC bosses. I think that's another thing that's sort of. I think Melania was gonna feel disappointing no matter what because. Okay, so we're 40 minutes into the stream, right? We've beaten Radahn, Promised Consort Radahn, and Malenia, Goddess of Rot. Yeah. Not what I was expecting.
So here's the thing. Are you putting off the Chalice dungeons because they suck?
Kinda, yeah. So we gotta just get in there.
I think we gotta just get in there. No disrespect or anything.
But first, I'm gonna go edit the stream real quick.
Yeah. Bloodborne now because Elden Ring is too easy.
All right.
I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry that that Elden Ring was too easy.
I can't believe he went down in one go.
Yeah.
What sound are you talking about? Questioning, especially.
Because if it's on my end, that's my brother.
Just start a whole new Elden Ring file. I want to make sure I at least clear the DLC, get all the good items. Heard someone jacking a joystick hardly. Hold on. Let me get the vinegar spray. I think JD might be down there.
Oh, god damn it, JD.
Now it's time for a little game for toddlers, and you're back on Wiki Duty.
Oh, fuck me. Yeah,
you love Wiki Duty.
The noise could also be like, I don't know, my chair is the loudest thing on the planet. And
were you typing anything, like as your video was?
Oh, that could have also been it.
Yeah. But yeah, Vopop,
I'm finalizing a thing, but it should be good.
With a password, I might fuck with some Elden Ring New Game Plus after Bloodborne's completely done. Throw a password on, bypass level restrictions. We all get on and party. I love summoning in Elden Ring so much. I heard somebody on a video yesterday or 2 days ago put it really well, which is that like summoning is awesome in Elden Ring specifically because the bosses go fucking ape shit and are like cracked up on HP. So even though for the most part it's easier, it is insane. Like there's some bosses in the old games where if you summon for them, it's just like, it's done. And it's like, whatever. But like Elden Ring, you get some crazy like ass anime fights when you go with like full summons and stuff. Vivian's mic could use a bit of a bump.
Oh, am I too quiet? That doesn't happen. Because I feel like I'm usually like right the fuck into
I
the
bumped you a
microphone.
little bit.
Oh no, everyone can hear me now.
Mm-hmm. Start the Laron chalices yet? We did beat Laron Darkbeast last time.
I think you're down to the is.
Yeah, we have to do... Okay, Becklin says that's better. We have to do... We did lower ailing Laron. We've been through 5, so we did lower Laron. We have to do is, and we have to do a defiled dungeon. The trouble now is needs a Pearl Slug and a Ritual Blood 5. Oh, come on. And 14 Arcane Haze. Chat, where do I get Arcane Haze? Because if I can get Arcane Haze, I can get into the Defiled dungeon here, but I need 11 of them. Let's go check the shop first, I guess.
Oh, Bopper, I've seen a crime.
What crime have
Sorry.
you seen?
In my efforts to be on call for a wiki, I unfortunately tabbed briefly over to my Tumblr, and I have now seen what Pennsylvania style pizza is.
Mm-hmm. Whoa, hold on. I got hit with 2 horrible things. One, you need a tool for the workbench to get it.
Oh no.
And then the other thing is Pennsylvania style pizza. Rosenbud, what's up, Rosenbud? Asks, is it Indica or Satvia? My brain went through so many like things. I'm trying to remember what that would have been about. Indica or Satvia. What was I talking about before?
I have no idea.
I've run at 1,000,000 miles per hour. I don't remember anything that's happened in the last like 10 minutes.
Bopper, you have to understand, Bopper killed like 2 infamous Elden Ring bosses back to back.
Oh, the haze. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes. God. Chat. I love weed. It's so good.
Okay, I see.
The Arcane Haze. Arcane Haze sounds like some shit that's like legal in Kentucky by a loophole. Okay.
Excuse me. I've told this weed story 1,000,000 times.
Where's the
so I'm
haze
not going
extractor?
to.
Chat, where's the haze extractor? Did I beat it? Asks Zero Kim Chess. Zero Kim Chess, I beat Radahn on the first attempt and then walked into the main game and beat Malenia for the first time in like 5 attempts. So, yeah.
I like that you've written Blorbborne.
Yeah, Blorbborne is intentional.
Is Bloodborne a game for Blorbos?
Okay, but where's the haze extractor? Can we get a wiki read? I need to know this.
That's my job.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You sound like you were talking about you were talking to chat about that, and haze extractor sounds like a joke.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It does. It sounds like a joke. It's thrown me so off that like
Found in a chest in the side door before the boss in lower tumor Chalice second layer.
that's the one I just undid. Oh my god. Which one? Lower tumor and lower tumor and Chalice.
Yeah.
I undid the second one. It's in layer 2.
Yes. Layer 2.
Now, just so you know, Zero Kim Chess, not first attempt I've ever made on Radahn.
No,
actually,
obviously not.
actually, like 35th attempt on Radahn, but we don't worry about it.
Christ. I'm not feeling great.
Layer
it's never Hinter Tomb. So Bloodborne.
So
Is
where
this
does it
a
say this
game
is?
For Blorbos.
Before the boss?
It says Before the boss. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this boss. Remember, this was where the abhorrent beast was.
Oh yeah.
Just before the boss. There was a door I never unlocked. You watched a
Some kind
stream.
of side door.
Oh, I missed this one. You watched a streamer beat Radahn on attempt 451. Could have been worse.
I'm very nervous that, like, I'm gonna eventually find my wall here. You know?
You're going to hit a wall at some point. I want everybody to understand that, like, before 4 months ago, you had never beaten a Souls game. And then you beat Fume Knight in, like, half an hour of attempts.
Yeah.
27 minutes of attempts, to be exact. The super boss of Dark Souls 2, Infamous.
Yeah. I beat... What are some more highlights? I beat,
You beat False King in one attempt.
Yeah.
You had to sleep on Armored Spider. But that was the first time you ever played.
Yeah, that was my only sleep on it boss.
Was Armored Spider. Armored Spider's weird, though. Armored Spider's a really strange boss to fight, especially if you're not used to bosses that have collision detection that's not a hitbox.
Yeah. That was the thing that was tripping me up about Armored Spider, is that, like, it just felt
He could move you
very
around.
weird. That, yeah. I was not used to getting scooted. Now I probably would be able to do Armored Spider much easier, just because, like, the concept of enemies being able to, like, basically move me around like a cat in a living room who's, like, acting up, now makes more sense to me, right?
Yeah.
Because that is kind of what the sensation is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a little bit just like, oh, I'm getting like swept off to the side here.
The Blades of Mercy got no durability. I wonder if it's gummy time. Should I go downstairs and get some Delta 8?
Yeah, go for it.
Might be the only way I can tolerate these. Ever since Rosenbud put it in my head. Haze Extractor!
See, you're done.
Imagine, like, not having a guide and, like, missing this and then just not knowing what you can do, but also you somehow got 11 of these. Like, I had 11 hazes, so I just assumed I already had the stuff.
But yeah, for the record, for my own little bit of bragging rights, Pontiff Sullivan took me, like, 4 attempts.
I don't know who's going apeshit up there, but...
You got what you came for, right?
I did.
Just fucking leave.
Oh, that's right. I can just Bolt Hunter's Mark.
Yeah.
I'm used to just saving my Bolt Hunter's Mark for the Comf. Sullivan in like 10 minutes was crazy, says Chimera. But I would say Sullivan in 10 minutes is... It's either that or False King in one attempt. That's the craziest. And...
Really?
I would say, because, okay, so False King Demon Souls is not a difficult boss. Not after the rest of the series. You've been playing the games in relative release order, with the exception of flipping DS3 and Bloodborne.
Yeah.
So, like...
Just because I wanted to do the
whole
trilogy.
False King is the first, like, humanoid, mega fast, no bullshit, no gimmick boss in the series, I think, because there's the Penetrator, but everybody just brings Bior because it's too awesome of a scene to not bring Bior.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I turn it into... So I need to get 22, so like Ritual Blood 1. So I'll just... Oh, this means I can effectively buy everything that I need because I can just go to the...
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I need 4 more.
You can just make haze.
Mm-hmm. The fact that you didn't even have to learn the False King and just killed him, that's the part that's crazy, right? Because, like, if you had to go and learn, like, if you took 2 or 3 attempts, you know, he's fairly simplistic, but, like you picked up what he was putting down immediately. And then Pontiff is, like... I don't know how many people are going to agree with me on this assessment of Pontiff. I think he's the big difficulty spike of From Software. I think that's where it officially goes from old school Dark Souls to this modern Sekiro, Elden Ring insanity.
Yeah, where you
Is
have
Pontiff.
to like get really good at fucking responding to things.
You have to get good at responding to things, and you have to get good at identifying windows that don't look like windows.
Yeah. Because, like, I've noticed that the two biggest things that it seems like Dark Souls 3 is designed to punish you for is panic rolling and healing from neutral. Like...
Yeah. Oh, Zero Kim Chess, I should be good. Just send me a time. But, yeah, trying to... If you can say that again. On Pontiff.
Yeah, I hope that it's not being picked up. My brother is being...
It's picked up a little bit, but it's, like, indistinct.
Okay.
It's very indistinct. We're here for the Hangout Core. Cursed to Marin Defilement level 1. And there's my HP bar. Alright, chat, we're loading Elden Ring back up. What's the point?
Anyway, sorry, I'm back. What was the thing that you were... Oh, the punish for healing and the panic rolling?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like I noticed it. It's weird because like the Fume Knight is kind of the precursor to that, but the problem is that like I think the most difficult element of Fume Knight specifically is the limitations of like Dark Souls 2 as a system more than any given move or combo chain that like Fume Knight has.
Dark Souls
Fume Knight is tricky, but like I think that Fume Knight would probably end up being kind of like a middling Dark Souls 3 boss if you were able to fight him with like Dark Souls 3 mechanics.
If you could fight him at Dark Souls 3 speed and Dark Souls 3 stamina, you could probably slot him in around Abyss Watchers and it wouldn't stick out.
Yeah.
You could replace Abyss Watchers with him and no one would notice. But Dark Souls 2 fights, in a way, feel like almost... They do feel more puzzly because the difficulty in Dark Souls 2 is very specifically stamina management.
Yeah.
It just so happens that Fume Knight's one of the first bosses, I think, in the series that will read you healing and come get you.
Yeah, and like Vopop says, Gwyn gets more aggressive when you heal, but like Gwyn is also the first boss in Dark Souls 1 that does that. If I'm pretty sure.
Maybe O and S do it. I don't remember, but you can create distance between them pretty easily. Yeah, because the challenge in Ornstein and Smo for a lot of players is like. Surviving long enough.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I doing this?
Hello, Snall. Oh.
This HP thing is some dog shit, by the way.
Yeah, where's your jumping attack?
Yeah, my charged heavy did not interrupt. This guy's harder than Malenia.
Yeah. Elden Ring Scholar of the Second Sin. Buddy.
Elden Ring is Dark Souls 2, 2, and Demon Souls 2. Finally. Yeah. Yeah, because, like, Dark Souls 3... The challenge in Dark Souls 3 is... I don't know what the... Okay, so, like, Demon Souls is... endurance is the challenge. And I don't mean, like, the stat endurance. I mean enduring the levels. Because you're limited on shortcuts. Like, bosses are easy in Demon Souls for the most part. But you have to get there. And you have to get there in good enough shape to survive. Dark Souls
where
1.
Lud and Zalin on the DS2 difficulty chart. Listen, oh Jesus.
I love the Defiled Chalice dungeon. I should have gone over there and gotten that lady.
Lud and Zalin are definitely like that's definitely one of the harder DS2 fights. But like again, I feel like categorizing Souls bosses is best done like there are bosses that are like spectacle like fights, right? There are bosses that are gimmicks. There are bosses that are tough in a way that teaches you how to play the game in like in a better way. And then there are bosses in the Souls games that are tough, but in a way that's just kind of annoying.
Yeah.
And
I'm trying to think.
Lud and Zalin kind of fall into that fourth category for me.
Lud and Zalin are just annoying because it's a reskin for one thing of a boss that's not that bad.
Yeah.
It actually looks like
you
this
still need to summon. Summon me for Lud and Zalin.
I still need to do Reindeer Fuckland and Fume Knight. I've never beaten Fume Knight. You know what? Hey,
You've
look,
never beaten Fume Knight?
I've not beaten Fume
load it
Knight.
up.
I've not beaten Fume Knight or Lud and Zalin or Suralon. Because I've not done
it up at the rate that we're going.
Hey, look, we'll be done with the Chalice dungeons. We'll got the Platinum Trophy. Then we're going to load up Dark Souls 2. And chat, everyone, we're all going to come along to Reindeer Fuckland.
Hell yeah.
Just watching Reindeer Fuckland played multiplayer with, like, actual people made me realize that, like, it is a level that is very, very good if you can play it multiplayer. Because it's very silly and distinct in a way that's, like... That works really well multiplayer because you're jumping around from camp to camp. You know, once you navigate the landscape, you really can get it going.
Yeah, you can open up a little sauna that, like...
Wow!
Cool.
Real Mikalash hours going on. I don't know how we're supposed to get up to this mega face lady.
Finally time for Gay Kane to prove he exists.
Hey, well, Gay Kane can summon.
Yeah, Gay Kane can summon. I just can't summon Gay Kane.
Becklin, are you asking what about Reindeer Fuckland? Because Reindeer Fuckland is a notorious Dark Souls 2 DLC level where your visibility...
It's called Frigid Outskirts or something like that.
Yeah, if you want to look it up, it's called Frigid Outskirts. And it's
just...
It's notorious. It's you have no visibility. Enemies, there's like 70 giant reindeers that can come out of the fog of the snow and destroy you, and it's a co-op area is what it's intended to be.
Mm-hmm. It's called that because while you're traversing the low visibility snow, giant horses with antlers like charge you.
We have found someone harder than Radahn. 3 times harder, in fact, and it's this regular enemy.
Yeah.
Iron Passage is pretty dumb, too. You know, it's weird. Okay, so I've only done the Gank Squad multiplayer area. The Gank Squad multiplayer area is difficulty's overrated. From what I saw of Iron Passage, it doesn't look bad either. Reindeer Fuckland does look genuinely hard if you're not playing multiplayer. The thing that looks really gross that I've never heard anybody talk about is the run back to Suralone.
Oh my god, yeah, that's heinous.
That looks, to me, that just watching it, that looked way worse than any of the multiplayer areas.
I remember the run back to Suralone way more than I remember the Suralone fight itself.
Which is a shame, because it's like, it was a fight, it's a cool fight whose run back motivated you to, like, just not bother.
Yeah.
Okay, you can stop spamming now. Thank you.
God, fucking spammers.
Fucking spammers everywhere. It was for Ritual Blood 4 and one of them.
The real thesis of the Souls series is that normal enemies are worse than any boss. This is just true.
I'm trying to think of any game where the boss roster is harder than, like, playing through all the levels and, like, trying to actually explore them. I would say Dark Souls 1 enemies are pretty easy, but the Black Knights can honestly be harder, I think, for a new player than most of the bosses before Ornstein and Smo.
I think that's kind of the thing that H-Bomb kind of ended up saying in his Dark Souls 2 video without, I think, like really like leaning into it. Because he says, like, you know, these like Red Eye Knights from Demon Souls usually kill me more reliably and consistently than anything in like God Hand, right?
Yeah.
Without like recognizing that, like, you could almost say the same thing for a lot of normal encounters in this game relative to like boss fights.
Yeah.
Demon Souls does not have hard bosses.
No, it has
No matter how much
2 hard bosses, and even then, it actually only has 1 hard boss, and even then, it actually only has 0 hard bosses. It just has 2 hard runbacks.
no matter how much Yahtzee from circa 2009 wants to insist that like he had to chip away at this horrible monster of a first boss before he could do anything in this game, like, he is talking about phalanx.
Yeah. But it's funny because then later on in his Demon Souls remake review, he says this is from before when they knew how to make hard games.
Yeah.
These games
But, like,
escalate. I actually don't think that these games escalate in difficulty. I think From Software is very good at one specific trick that makes the games look like they get harder. Because what actually is happening here is I think all the games are hard for different reasons, and what thing you struggle the most with is going to punish you in a game. Like, Elden Ring and Bloodborne are going to severely punish you if you're not aggressive. Elden Ring is going to punish you if you're not aggressive or you don't like to experiment and tinker with your equipment. Demon Souls is the same way, but Demon Souls is also going to punish you if you like to run through everything. You have to have like good patience with that game. If you're a spammer, Dark Souls 2 is going to eat you alive because its stamina system is so punishing. It regens slow, you don't get a whole lot of it. I think in general, they're good at making games that troll players who got good at the previous games, I think is what they're good at.
Yeah. That does seem to be a trend. I also just want to point out that, like, there is something kind of iconic and beautiful, in my humble opinion, about, like, how there's basically no hard bosses in all of World 5 of Demon Souls, but I will remember that big guy.
This boss again?
In the middle of 5-1.
Welcome to the defiled Chalice dungeon.
But you know what I mean, right? Like,
yes.
Like, I remember that big guy in 5-1 more than, like, Leechmonger, right?
Right. Leechmonger... Dirty Colossus is another boss that's up there for most missed on the Sporkle.
Yeah, Dirty Colossus is often referred to in this household as who?
Huh? Oh, wait, just wasting healing.
As I've told Bopper before, I don't have a habit of remembering mid.
Yeah. I'm not here for mid.
You're gonna have to remind me what mid bosses like those are. Garl Vinland can parry. Yes, Garl Vinland can parry, but so can you, is the problem, like the terminal issue with Garl Vinland. The Garl Vinland fight, when I did it on Demon Souls on my stream, it took me 2 attempts. The very first attempt, I did not know what the swamp was going to be like. And as it turns out, the swamp causes plague.
We love plague.
So I, like, stepped into the swamp, I got plagued, and I got pancaked immediately. So I think that is at least indicative of I did not know what I was getting myself into fight.
Yeah.
Las Plagas, yeah. The very next time I did it, all I needed to do was whip out the buckler and just wait for him to swing, and I parried him each time, and then I won. Like, that's it.
Welcome to the first fight ever that rewards you for mid-ranging it.
God. No plague baby spam? I don't know what that means, and I'm afraid to find out.
The Maiden Straya fight's great.
I like it when she says, "Take your precious demon soul."
Yeah.
Then
Am I the bad guy? Huh, don't care.
Well, one, that, and then I also get to point at the screen and go, "Hey, that's the title."
Favorite movie lines of all time.
Yeah.
The HP is so mean here.
I love Keeper of the Old Lords. I love Discount Lady Maria.
Come on, man. Okay, so we're going to test on this next one here. Like, okay, so the mid-range is rewarded. The problem is obviously the damage is obscene. I'm going to do the thing that every good at Souls player never does. I'm using good at Souls as a pejorative, by the way, for chat. This doesn't refer to anybody in chat, because you all are, like, actually good at Souls. Which is I'm going to go into my inventory, and I'm going to find my good at fire defense items.
Oh, right. I forgot that, like, you can do that.
Because we don't have to pretend that numbers in Bloodborne don't mean anything. That has to be one of the most bizarre, wrong things that just persists about this game.
Yeah. Also, Vopop, I'm just gonna let you know, a weird habit of mine when it comes to me playing through these Souls games on stream is that I seem to have a very weird knack for blitzing them in a way that, like, one, definitely makes me very cool to some people on the internet, I'm sure, right? On the other hand, it does mean that, like, I will just miss shit.
Yeah.
What
Missing
was
shit's
some
fun.
Fights that I just, like, completely, like, missed out on all of the, like, fun.
Ceaseless
I know it's
Discharge.
happened. No, I would argue that Ceaseless,
No,
I did
Ceaseless Discharge is fun.
Like,
yeah.
that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Okay. It appears we're at an impasse. Not really.
No, we're not. I love the amount of Bloodborne bosses that are like, "Oh shit, super intimidating fight here," but then the answer is just like, "Hey, did you know that, like, you can just parry them?" Oh, magic pixel.
I've survived today. I think the Radahn fight had a magic pixel, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so I took counter damage. That's why that one was so high.
That's fair.
Keeper of the Old Lords second phase is super obnoxious. Now it seems
Keeper of the Old Lords?
it seems like this one I'm fighting right now.
You're talking about this one. Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, again, I'm not here. I don't remember mid.
Yeah.
So, like, if it's a
Magic Pixel, Zero Kim Chess is what we have taken to calling, or taken today to calling, when your HP bar has no visible red on it, but your HP's still technically not zero.
She really is just like, oh. Well, I guess if she's in base game, because this is technically base game. Does that make Keeper of the Old Lords proto Lady Maria?
I guess. This boss
Is Lady Maria a copy, a reskin?
Can I say some bosses that were disappointing by difficulty compared to reputation?
Yes,
Ancient Dragon, Dark Lurker, Lady Maria, Orphan of Kos. Everything in Shadows of the Erd Tree except Radahn.
Malenia.
Definitely Malenia. I think parries are not worth it on this fight. I think I'm running into the issue of, like, if I don't get good at parrying, I'm not doing it. So, and the Blade of Mercy, just the range is too short.
Ludwig delivered. Yeah, Ludwig did deliver. That was a boss fight and a half. At least for Bopper. I haven't gotten there yet. I'm looking forward to beating
Looking
him
forward to
in,
mid?
like, something obscene, like 4 attempts
Yeah.
or something stupid.
Wait. Tech. There's tech.
Mr. Xfire is saying that Keeper of the Old Lords takes half physical damage.
Oh, wait, then there's another strategy to deal with this, right?
Yes? Oh, I see.
Which is this.
Nice dodge. Nice dodge.
Wow, counter damage was nuts on that one.
Wait a second. Everything in this dungeon takes half damage?
Wait.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Everything in this dungeon does, including the player. That's why every boss in this dungeon will try to circumvent. Oh my god. I've heard of the legend of the defiled Chalice dungeons. And, yeah.
Wait, but hold on. But if everything in this dungeon takes half damage...
Half physical
then...
damage.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, like, then...
They all
the
just
whole
take
thing is
regular damage.
cosmetic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then this is just a scare factor.
Half physical, though, is a big deal because that's suddenly going to put a premium on fire paper, bolt paper, and the phantasm shell. Have I fought the Bloody Crow in this file yet? I don't know who's classed as the Bloody Crow. I did finish Eileen's questline, though, because I've got the Blades of Mercy from completing the questline, not from killing Eileen. Yeah, we're back here for a bath merchant purchase. I'm going to buy some bolt paper. See how that does.
Hell yeah.
Why is it so expensive? Like, I'm sitting here complaining about the price of these things as I am cum-fucking my way through this dungeon. Through this entire ordeal. I don't want to know why the game's like this. Like Dark Souls 3, it's like $50 for Firebomb. And here it's $10,000 for a piece of bolt paper. Are we Team Bolt or Team Fire? We're team for maximum damage dealt.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why they don't restock my poison knives.
I think it's just because they're hateful.
Yeah. Oh, Chad, important question. How much does the big knowledge, Madman, the great Madman's knowledge, give you? Because we could go level 9 on the... we could get to level 10 on the Rakuyo since I'm not finding anything else here. Finally, a fight harder than Radahn.
I'm sorry, I had to like take a moment because I'm I am in shock over I'll just send it to you. You can look at it later.
Okay.
It's very funny.
So
Just certain people online are never beating the weird allegations. Let's just leave it at that.
okay. Bloody Crow is the NPC at the end of Eileen's story. Yeah, I beat that pretty easily. Because the Bloody Crow might use every trick in the book, but it's not as big as my book, which is Poison Knives.
I love poison knives.
Poison Knives are great. Okay, alright. Gotta reorient myself, because cat invasion just happened.
Oh no, you got poppied.
Actually, I got pumpkined this time.
Ooh. I should have known, because usually when Poppy is the one at the helm of destruction, you're usually more screaming.
Yeah, it's usually... because he's usually trying to break something.
Yeah. You're usually just like... Poppy, no!
No! My monitor! The timing on the parry for Keeper of the Old Lords, I cannot get down at all.
Which is weird, you've beaten this boss before.
Yeah.
This is not... This
But
is nothing.
This is also a jacked up, crazier version, and I have half health. And in a dungeon where they're taking half damage.
Could you imagine trying to fight a boss on in the Cumfuck dungeon where you can only take one hit?
Chat, what boss is actually in the Comf dungeon? Because this might actually be... Chat, do I have to actually do this dungeon? Someone said I had to, but I don't believe them. This feels like a troll. Feels like a troll to just... Dark Souls would never have a game that just takes away half of your max HP. Try staggering with Whirligig.
Ah. Sorry, my my connection stalled out. I am really hoping that comes September my internet gets better.
Don't ask me why I'm whirligigging. It's because Clinton said to do it. But
It's kind of working though.
that was really silly. Okay, so the pizza cutter is pretty good.
Yeah.
but also a little bit of a trap.
Just remember, in a little while, Justin's gonna be free, and then and then it'll be time for Jace Swizzle.
Come on. Oh, yeah, Lightning Visceral.
Hell yeah. So,
Friendly reminder that this is the easiest boss of the dungeon, says Mr. Rexfire. Potentially the easiest boss in the dungeon, because we have seen where sometimes it doesn't work out like that. Maybe I should go do the Riz dungeon first.
the Riz dungeon. What do you mean by that?
The great Riz Chalice.
Oh, the Great Riz Chalice. Yeah.
Yeah. I could also go add electric damage to my weapon anyway, along with arcane scaling. Because if I go pure arcane weapon, I won't need the bolt paper, I don't think.
I don't know. Some guy's asking what's in an hour and a half. I will tell you what's in an hour and a half.
In an hour and a half, Jay Swizzle gets away from work.
It's Jay Swizzle time.
Which means I can rely on people better at the game than me.
Yeah.
Chat, can we get like a... Can somebody double check? Because I think now Keeper of the Old Lords has taken more attempts than Radahn and Malenia combined.
Oh, easily. Well, it's a harder boss.
Definitely.
Either of them.
I'm also like just playing poorly, I think. I'm not adjusting my strategy.
What's my strategy? Still insane to think that Three Houses came out 5 years ago.
I think the big problem I'm having right now is this one-shot bullshit. Where if you take that full fireball to the face...
Isn't Melania the name of Trump's wife?
Yes. And also the goddess of rot.
Yeah. Jesus.
So the whirligig problem...
It's a little slow.
The pizza cutter reminds me of the wheel of a can opener. I'm not familiar with the range yet on it. So, like...
I know this is, like, the most old person response to this I'm ever gonna have. I love my can opener. I have one of those can openers that cuts, like, doesn't cut into the can, but like it cuts along the side of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's called like a kinetic can opener or something like that. I don't remember. But like it's beautiful. No sharp edges. No mess. Really kind of an indulgent time.
Everyone says, you know, it's going to make me sound like a boomer before they say the most sensical shit I've ever heard. I hate my can opener. I need to get a good one. Thank you for the membership for 9 months, Laxpike. Did I like the Yeats tweet? Yes, I did. Mostly because it's actually true. Like, there were no lies detected in what you said. Because I had no idea who the other Yeats was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and some guy... I also have a manual one. Like, it's excellent.
You have a Hamilton Beach can opener? Oh.
That sounds...
to have luxury.
I kept on trying to convince my parents to get one, but my parents, unfortunately, like, have the terminal, like, the terminal rot of, like, all technology has to be, like, an upgrade. You know? Oh.
I'm thinking the saw is not it.
Yeah, maybe if the saw had, like, was a little bit more upgraded, then the damage would be worth it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Arby's. Arby's
Chat.
does have the meats.
Can we get the meat, chat? Can we? In a way, doesn't this feel preordained that promised consort Radahn was dead within 10 minutes, Malenia 20 minutes after that, and now we're an hour after beating Malenia and I'm still stuck on Keepers of the Old Lord?
I think that it's just because your purpose in life currently is to suffer in the Chalice dungeons. That's all.
I think you're right.
That's all they want. That's what the old gods desire.
Also, my Rockio had no blood infusements in it. We're not going to talk about that. Yeah, get rid of that physical attack. Let's go arcane.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Yeah, who needs all that? We can have... Ooh, we can add more fire. Can I add bolt? Do I got bolt anywhere? I can add fire, but that's not going to do nothing, I don't think.
Unless she's weak to fire, unless this is a fire sage lord.
Chat,
Situation.
can the keeper of the old lord can this person be poisoned? Because we're gonna poison her if so.
I'm looking it up. Chalice dungeon bosses. Let's see here. God, there are so many things that you have not yet gotten to, I just realized.
Oh no.
Because, hold on. Let's see. Running through. You've beat Undead Giant. Beat the Merciless Watchers.
Yeah, but like everything in the Chalice dungeons
Watchdog
has like
of the Old
16
Lords.
reskins.
Beast Possessed Soul. Keeper of the Old Lords, which is the one that you're currently on, right?
Right.
Tumor and Descendant.
I've done that, yeah.
Yeah. Man-Eater Boar, I saw, yeah. Bloodletting Beast, yep. Brain Sucker. Yeah, I think so, right?
I fought brain suckers in the main game, but never like in here.
As a boss. Oh, it's because it's Hintertomb and Great Riz Chalice.
The Great Riz Chalice?
Yeah. Forgotten Madman is in Hintertomb.
Does not appear to be poisonable.
Temerian Elder is in Lower Hintertomb. Abhorrent Beast you've already done.
I hate how, like, I don't think that Spew Fire attack can be parried. And it drives me nuts.
I flicked my water bottle, so, like, that is what you heard there. I just kind of made a big ol' one of those. Loron Silver Beast you've done, and Loron Dark Beast, right?
Yeah.
You haven't done Yarnum Temerian Queen, right?
No.
You've done Blood-Starved Beast. You've
Uh,
done...
multiple times, actually.
Yeah. Headed Bloodletting Beast?
Maybe.
And then there are 4 main story refights.
Rom.
Like main game. Rom is one of them. You haven't done the other 3 yet?
I did Rom. I did... Well, Bloodstarved Beast is a main game.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Oh, so
Well,
there's
then
5,
3
actually.
more.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you, though.
No, no, no!
Magic Pixel! Magic Pixel!
Jesus. Get out of here.
I didn't even need to look it up for you. I'm sorry.
So, stuck on this boss for an hour. Probably not an hour, because we had to get here. I beat Melania like 50 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Radahn wanted him to still... I can't believe it.
Well, that's because Elden Ring is corporate slop.
Yeah.
It is for babies.
Mm-hmm. The problem with this dungeon, like if you're just looking at that fight, the fight is easy because I've beaten that boss twice before in different forms. The problem is that this dungeon specifically cuts your max HP in half and everybody who's watched me play these games, anybody who watched the Malenia fight earlier knows the approach I like. And this dungeon does not let you do that. They do not let you just get up into everyone's face and just go crazy.
Did you already beat Lawrence? Yes.
Yeah, I beat all the. I have all the DLC trophies.
Yeah. There are only, I believe, there's only one more non-Chalice boss in this run-through that you have to do, and that's Gehrman.
Yeah, Gehrman's the only actual boss left. Like, real boss that isn't part of slop content for the Platinum Trophy.
Yeah.
Okay, so this room's a trap, I have now learned.
Aldia?
No, get up! Get up!
I love gestures.
I'm so glad I learned how to actually do that, because I'll never be able to stop doing it. Because the accident that causes it to happen is not going to go away just from me knowing about it.
Yeah, it's great. I love frenzy mobs. Zero Chess is accusing me of having a while to take what that Elden Ring is corporate slop. I am. It's a long story. Listen.
It is a long, winding reference to an old video on YouTube that calls Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne corporate slop because Sony published Bloodborne and because Dark Souls 3 was popular. Even though all the games were popular and Demon Souls went greatest hits, but no, that doesn't fit my narrative of being the guy that liked them before they were cool. If they were always popular and cool. And everyone in the comments of that video today is like, oh my god, this perfectly predicted Sekiro and Elden Ring, the most corporate slop video games ever made. The biggest sellout games. Well, looks like I'm running through that again, because
damage?
That's Demon Souls fall damage. Demon Souls is so back.
Oh my god.
I forgot that this is that toxic enemy that's insane.
Yeah. I was about to say Demon Souls 2 is back.
Good lord.
Good lord.
Good keeper of the old lord.
Sweaty clothes. Let's go.
Hold on, wait. This is the...
You don't watch Souls videos, so you wouldn't know. Generally, that's probably a good idea.
It's a good idea to not watch a lot of Dark Souls stuff on YouTube.
You shouldn't... Yeah, you shouldn't.
Someone had... It was okay, so Noah Caldwell Gervais just put out his Shadows of the Erdtree video, and he makes this point that has stuck with my brain. Actually, no, this was not him that made this. Someone else said this. I'm going to pretend it was him for the flow of the sentence, though. That a lot of the like whiny videos about how these games are too hard, especially the newer ones, Sekiro and Elden Ring especially, are couched in people who did get good at the previous games and are mad that they can no longer just cake stomp baby mode the games, because the way they escalate the difficulty in these games is not by making the games harder. They only become harder if you insist on playing each new game you encounter the way you played a previous one. Like, so if you keep trying to play Elden Ring like it's Dark Souls 3, it's not going to work. It'll never work. I mean, you could theoretically make it work, but it would be slow, tedious, and boring to play it that way. You know, Sekiro is the supreme example of a game designed to troll people that got really good at, like, Dark Souls 1. Or even Dark Souls 3. And because you re-encounter that, like, barrier, the hump, the like I have to learn the game, I have to learn a new system, I have to struggle. People feel like I paid my dues struggling on the previous game, I shouldn't have to do it again. What I shouldn't have to do again is fight this enemy. I'm not doing it. We're running past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can always leave.
Well, I can't leave. I have to go deeper in. That's the problem. Like,
right.
We have to really get into the cushions of the Chalice dungeons here.
Jesus Christ.
The learning is the fun part. Learning is the fun part. It's specifically fun. Learning is a fun act to do because it has a 2-act structure. The struggle and then overcoming, and then you can apply that later when you like run back through on New Game Plus or something. Because I had a extremely difficult time getting footage for Sekiro for the yellow paint video because I kept just playing the bosses over and over again, even though like they weren't hard anymore.
Yeah. Oh my god, some guys locked back in. You mentioned cushions.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why it doesn't really bother me, because you play like a new fighting game each week, so you're used to learning new mechanics and ways of playing. And I think that's like the best approach, right? Is like it's a new game and it's going to be different. And I think people want generally frictionless experiences. And for some reason, this is a fan base that gets people almost entitled to completion. Anyone that beat Dark Souls 1 like way back in 2012 is like prime time to go on fraud alert for these games are too hard now, because I did it way back. Because I don't know, there are things that are generally applicable across all the games, but you gotta learn.
I was gonna say, like, it's gonna be also wild that like there will be a generation that will look back on like, you know, something like Sekiro and be like, I don't know how people like had difficulty with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Oh, Sekiro's discourse when it came out, I don't know if people remember it, but like it was very much a "is this game too hard on principle" discourse. And it can be recursive too, because I remember hearing that Sekiro was too tough in 2019 when I picked it up. And then I sort of absorbed that opinion into my own brain because everyone was saying it, so I assumed everyone must be right. So then, like, when I got to, like, Guardian Ape or something, or the first rematch with Genichiro, I just assumed it's because the game's too hard and it's bullshit, so it's not my fault. I didn't try to learn it. I just committed to it's too hard. And there will be a day where Sekiro is viewed as an easy game, and there will be a day where, oh, that's an elevator with a secret underneath.
Oh, fuck yeah. I love Zone 2-2 from Demon Souls.
There will also be a day where Shadows of the Erdtree is considered easy. This is literally what this is. I love Stonefang Tunnel. I love this enemy with the lantern. He's cool.
Hell yeah. Chunks?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Never chunks.
It's exactly what happens with Revelation. Okay, so like Lag Spike, I'm blocking your next post in my vision because I don't want to read it, because I want to guess what you mean by Revelation, because I want to say this without being like, and you might not even be talking about Revelation in your next post, but I'm going to assume, so I'm just going to go off. I'm going to say something. Can I say something insane about Fire Emblem Fates Revelation?
Are you asking
its design
me for permission?
Yeah, I'm asking you for permission.
All
right, come on, buddy. With the exception of the snow map, every gimmick map in Revelation is good.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. I just don't like the snow map because it feels a little bit like once you learn it, there's the path through. And I think for a certain type of player, the snow map would be fun to like metagame a path through. I think if you love to replay and do turn counts, I can really see the snow map being fun. I think for someone like me that plays it a lot more casually, the snow map just sort of feels like you know it or you don't. But it's generally not difficult even on Lunatic, so it's not even... I don't feel like I get surprised too often except for by that last ambush. But other than that, like... I like basically every map in that game. Unlike Revelation, or unlike Birthright, where every map sucks ass.
Yeah, I don't know. I have very weird memories of Fates because I kind of do genuinely love all three of them, but like I don't really hold any like it's not because I'm sitting here going like this is
finally some good fucking gameplay.
Yeah, I just kind of think that the game is like dramatic and ridiculous, and that like the visual design goes hard, and you know.
What is happening?
I'm getting distracted.
Yeah, this ghost lady is like laughing and dragging us.
And I liked the Dragon Vein system. The Dragon Veins are cool. It's nice to like muck with terrain. I think that terrain is often slept on as far as a mechanic in Fire Emblem. So much so that like, you know, terrain basically just didn't exist in Three Houses.
Yeah, it's pretty lame. Was that my prediction of what your message was? No, that was not my prediction. I thought your next message would be about your Revelation, like, breakdown. So I wanted to get mine out without it being, like... I wanted to get my, like, naked reaction out first, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that makes what I just said about Fire Emblem Fates Revelation the nicest thing I've said about a Fire Emblem game in, like, a year.
Maybe.
Probably.
I have documentation over the nicest thing that I've said about a Fire Emblem game, and that happened last month.
Yeah.
Which was the same month that everybody got upset at me on Twitter for being too mean to engage.
Yeah. I think Revelation just has a good sense of humor. Not in its writing, let's be clear. That what Revelation considers funny in its writing is like is a type of anime slop that is, I'll just say, not for me. I'll put it nicely.
Yeah.
I get why people love their slop though. We all have a slop that we love to go for.
Yeah.
I love horror slop. Like, especially like, you know, old school giallo. Love that. Love any trashy Italian film between the 60s and 70s is like going to be like right there, like the best shit ever. But it's like slop, a lot of it. And I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love so much slop. Yeah, everybody needs a good slop. Well, it's the Pauline Kael who was a very...
I have Fire Emblem and, you know, Persona and Dark Souls 3.
Because I get that people love their isekai slop. Wait, did you say Dark Souls 3? Did I just glide right past that?
Yeah.
Give me my iframes, please. Dark Souls 2 would be like, no iframes.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that guy tried to shoot me to death.
Rude, honestly.
Yeah. Alright, handle it, Olek.
Minus Bopper. Damn. Imagine getting
Thanks.
Slop.
I am the corporate slop. I love being...
I mean, my upcoming video is about slop, I guess, on some level. So, none of us are immune to slop.
Chat. I saw... Okay, so Zero Kim Chess said I'm the slop, but I know there's also another answer in there. Pokemon! And...
oh, yeah.
Lag Spike said, shonen slop, but specifically the like mid-tier shonen that's definitely getting canceled. It's gonna have like one anime season, or the manga just gets like ripped apart because it actually sucks, but it actually goes hard. Everyone, tell me your slop. What's your slop? What's your go-to slop genre? You want to go feast like a pig one day?
The only two shonen anime that I like, I genuinely go to bat for at every point in time. I guess technically 3. I keep on forgetting that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is technically shonen. So it's 3. It's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and Yu Yu Hakusho and Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, in JoJo...
The only 3 good shonen.
Yeah, well, in JoJo's weird because it's like... JoJo's weird because it's like it is shonen, it's also seinen. It feels like the one series that kind of skirts the line of shonen and seinen without it being like just because of like gore and cussing.
Yeah.
Like it feels markedly more mature than Hellsing. Even though Hellsing is way more violent and not appropriate for young audiences.
Yeah. I think the weird thing about JoJo's for me, and it's been like a true thing ever since the very beginning, is that like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure delights in a certain like earnest relationship with its own ideas, right? Like there is nothing in the mind of Hirohiko Araki, there is nothing inconsistent with the fact that all of his characters can be like very pleasantly like dumb in like early, typical shonen kind of fashion, but also like when fighting kicks in, they have like some of the most insane strategies you've ever seen in like a combat sequence.
I think that's a... Let's see what other slop people said.
Does Fire Emblem count? Of course it does.
I would say...
Justin Danganronpa is excellent slop. That is some quality...
how are we gonna
pig feasting?
How are we gonna define slop? Because Fire Emblem, I think, presents an interesting conundrum here. Because I would not call the gameplay of Fire Emblem slop. Because for its genre, it's fairly cream of the crop.
That's fair.
The writing is pure slop.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
in almost every game,
slop angle to take with it.
If you enjoy the slop angle, right? So like, I wouldn't say like I don't mean to speak for like Mecha, but I would not call him a Fire Emblem slop enjoyer. But there are some people that really love to just get their hands deep into the Fire Emblem slop. Bark, bark. I wonder what the way out of here was. I definitely took a wrong turn somewhere. You're here to say Effie is slop. The only thing slop about Fire Emblem is Nolan's base speed. That shit's tragic.
I'm back. Sorry.
Slop has to be bad, lazy, and frequent. Okay, well, I think that's too... Okay, because I can see that. I can see that argument. I guess we have to split between, like, two types of slop.
Watchdog of the old lords, let's go.
I saw this guy in Berserk.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice. Fucking beautiful.
What was my health bar at?
Pretty high.
Like, Rent a Girlfriend is undeniably slop.
Maybe, listen, you should not ask me to opine on what is or isn't slop, specifically because knowing me, I will default to a vibes-based approach on like slop, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, in my mind, slop is what you make of it, right?
Yeah. This fight looks really toxic. Holy shit.
That was most of your health bar. Okay, so it does a Vort charge, but the Vort charge kills you.
Look at the damage I did on that thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that doesn't look good.
Chat, how's Elden Ring sound?
New game plus Elden Ring.
I've got the... Who wants to go get the Platinum Trophy in Elden Ring?
Simultaneous co-op Elden Ring.
Who has PS5 Elden Ring? Hop on there. We will beat Elden Ring. Look, all I'm saying is that if the HP bar is already like that, fuck it. Let's put this guy on steroids.
Jesus. Okay. Good luck.
Come on, Olek. Where's Jay Swizzle?
Yeah, where's Chase Swizzle when we need him?
Chat, this boss isn't hard, right? I'm just bad. That's got to be the answer. +6 Whirligig Saw seems like a terrible idea. Let's do it. It worked for Laron Darkbeast.
No, I have to look him up just to see if like someone has said something about
Some cheese strat or
Watchdog of
something.
the Old Lords.
Oh, this summon is dog shit. What the fuck?
People continue to say that the Holy Blade. Seems like Holy Blade and Evelyn +9 seem to be the plays.
How is it that Ludwig's Holy Blade keeps end up being like the best thing ever?
Well, maybe you just need Ludwig's Holy Blade.
I mean, that's... I'm not seeing the tell on that one yet.
Jesus.
Alright, goodbye, Olek.
Bye, Oleg.
What? Ho 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 ho!
Counter damage or something?
The Moonlight Greatsword is goated. I miss talking about slop.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of great slop conversation in the chat, and I've just not been there because of what's happening to me currently. Now, are they talking Ludwig's Holy Blade, or are they talking the Holy Moonlight Sword? Because
It does.
if I had to take a guess,
In Legend of Zelda,
if I had to guess,
it says Holy Blade.
okay, Ludwig's
It
Holy
says
Blade is the
Ludwig's Holy
regular one.
Blade specifically, yeah.
Shit. Well, this has arcane scaling, not strength scaling. So this might be the go-to strength weapon for this build as it currently sits, because I do have all the required attributes for it. So we just gotta do a little cumfuckery, a little 2 or 3 times, get it up to +6, see what happens.
Yeah. Easy.
Because I used Ludwig's Holy Blade in my first playthrough back in 2017, and it was really good. The guide was probably written pre-DLC. Let me catch up on Slop while we're doing this. Let me get my...
I'm
thing.
gonna step away briefly. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll be sloppy while you're gone.
Hell yeah.
Let's see, what do people say? I'm going to go with the cop-out answer on what slop is, I think. I'm going to go with I know it when I see it, but generally it's not necessarily corporate slop. Like corporate slop is like your Transformers, where just pump it out, just pump it out, just pump it out, or like Marvel MCU stuff. Lowbrow art that you like is coming from a real place, and it's kind of dog shit, but you love it. Because I don't really want to get caught up too much in like the definition of like slop. I guess we could just say, what is the lowbrow stuff that you like? There can be highbrow slop. I guess highbrow slop would be Slumber Party Massacre. One of the great feminist films of the 80s, but it's also Slumber Party Massacre. Let's see, I need to buy like 15 of these. Buy like 16 of these. Dragon Ball Super. I know nothing about Dragon Ball Super. I've like looked at the animation of it and I've been like, I can't do this. Look how they massacred my boy has basically been the way I felt about the entire thing.
What are we talking about?
It's still the definition of slop. I'm trying to worm my way out of a definition argument because I don't. I view it a little bit as a I know it when I see it type of thing. Like the sloppy bullshit, the kind of not for everybody, but it's also not high art. Stuff that's still like, you know, clearly comes from somewhere. It sort of runs into the problem that all art runs into of there's no hard science behind this. You can't really define it, but what you can do is obsessively, compulsively watch terrible horror films on Arrow Video all day.
Yeah.
And that's what you got to do. Slop is different for every pig. That's an interesting way to put it. I like that. Ouch. Ooh. Little trailing fire hitbox, my favorite. Little one-shot smash, my other favorite.
Excellent.
Danganronpa. I don't know if Danganronpa is something that I'm ever going to get into. It might be too sloppy for me. People kept recommending me
of doing a video on Danganronpa eventually, but I don't know.
People keep recommending that I watch Apothecary Diaries. And I've watched 5 episodes of it. It's sloppy for sure, but it looks good. So you don't notice that it's like slop.
Mm-hmm. Jesus.
But I guess all of his attacks are fire and blunt.
Let's see here. Striking the knees enough for hitting him with a strong charge attack will call him to shatter, briefly stunning it. Attacks on a broken leg will deal increased damage. However, breaking a leg will seem to increase the frequency of certain moves. Head can also be broken with enough damage, causing it to take more damage from attacks. While stunned, be very careful you don't stay too close to it. When it gets up, it'll start to do a burst of flame that deals high damage, followed by a charge. Always dodge in the direction that it swings its head.
In the direction it swings its head, so not against it.
Yeah. Alternatively, bait it to swing its head or bite, then reach it by dash jumping. Leave a couple swings before it slams the ground with the AoE explosions. Be very careful when attacking it, because at any point in time the attack could trigger it to immediately cancel its current attack and perform a charge attack in front of it.
Wow, okay, it can... Wait. It can input
not.
cancel? It can animation cancel into the one-shot charge attack?
Yes.
Nice.
I think the biggest tragedy of all of this is that he is ultimately just a hungry boy. In a lot of ways, this is just like fighting Seth.
Any Fire Emblem Engage fans in the chat? I need your secret.
Oh.
How did you deal
Hi,
with...
Engage fans.
How did you deal with Chapter 22 of Engage Maddening? Give me your tips, but, like, apply them to this fight right here, because this is what late game Engage feels like a little bit.
Which one was Chapter 22?
One of the horrible ones. I just made up a number. All the late game maps are terrible.
Was that the Zephia one? Can you warp squip? Can you warp skip? Because people like to warp skip.
Check the infotape. If we're gonna warp skip, check the infotape. Probably a video where he wrong warps through this.
Do you think Ympha's ever done Chalice dungeons?
I don't know.
Like, videos on them? I don't know if that's like Ympha's thing, because like I've seen a lot of Dark Souls 2 videos on Ympha. He does not touch the co-op bosses.
Yeah, okay, I can see what's... I mean, I can't see what's happening, but I can see why you want to... Like, Chat, can you explain to me, what is his hitbox? Like, what actually is it? Is it his whole body? Because that's what it feels like. Pancaked. Ooh. Do not watch Gundam 79. I'm gonna watch Gundam 79. I don't know if I'll watch the whole series. I might watch like the movies that they did, like the kind of condensed versions. Because I think Gundam 79 is pretty long.
For a moment there. That run was better, though. I'm pretty sure that run was better.
The movies are lame? Okay. Well, because there's one mech I've seen the movie version of, and that's, I don't remember what it was called. Macross. Macross Plus. The film is really good. Very specific issue with this boss, right, that I'm having. One, he keeps killing me.
Yeah, rude, TBH.
Dodging the head swipe is easy. Don't dodge into him. Dodge directly parallel with him the other way. The issue is, like, actually getting in there. Once you get in there, you're sort of subject to, like, you're under his body. He could whoop out whatever bullshit he wants at any given time. So I've got to get really good at figuring out these tells.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Also, kind of bullshit that, like, his hitbox, I think, as a non-video game designer, his hitbox should be, like, twice as big as his actual body. Just for my Blades of Mercy, specifically.
Yeah, I agree.
The Blades of Mercy hitboxes are too good. Like that. That missed completely. He jumps away so fast.
Jesus.
Ouch.
I wonder if that one video of all of the Souls bosses hit list includes the Chalice dungeons.
If it doesn't, fraud alert.
Well, I mean, I stopped watching because,
Are you kidding me?
Ooh.
The back foot is a
I-
one-shot too? Wow.
I stopped watching that video because it didn't include Old King Dorn.
Here's Nick's review of 79 Gundam. It's less time than a Fire Emblem game and way more artistically worthwhile.
Damn.
That is one of the most hateful sentences I have ever read in my entire life. That's also adjacent to a lot of sentences I have written, so I could just be a homer. This boss would honestly be fine if I had my HP bar.
Yeah. Oh, okay. God, when are you gonna fight the old lords themselves? Because, like, if this is
I
the
mean-
fucking dog.
Like, they gotta be... They're gonna be nutty, aren't they? Optimal attack.
Nice to get a punish window. I think the trick, the problem with the Watchdog is that, like, counter to a lot of big monster fights,
You don't want to get under
you
it.
Can't, yeah, you can't get under him. kind of have to like stay at the flank sides. Oh, this is it.
You're right. He was saying this is it. Phase 2 already?
No, I think you just shattered the limb. Which means if you attack on that same limb, the one that's kind of on fire,
Yeah.
I think
I
will
deal
more
increased damage.
Yeah, that's definitely increased damage.
Well, I have to hit it, and that's a big problem too.
Oh.
I think I broke another leg.
Yeah.
And another.
Oh my god.
The best part is that you just have to heal up to full because... Wow.
Because that'll happen.
Because that happens.
Brutal.
Is this where the platinum trophy goes to die?
You think it's that dire?
I think it could be that dire. I think this could actually cross the threshold of like, I'll get the story trophies, but like I don't want to do this. Yeah, it's not worth the platinum trophy.
I mean, we haven't tried the J Swizzle strat.
We have not tried J Swizzle.
And you made some pretty good progress on that one.
Damn.
Can you upgrade armor in Bloodborne?
No. You just die.
That sucks.
They really thought... They didn't think on this. They did. Their thought process was fuck them. Considering, okay, so there was a lot of people mad at Shadows of the Erdtree for not including trophies, right? And something FromSoft has never done, except for this game, is include trophies in DLC. They don't tend to put a lot of trophies, a lot of achievos in the game. This borderline feels like a thesis statement on like why they don't do it. You want it that bad? That's what you want to do the game for? Here you go. I cannot believe that did not break a limb. that just assault there.
I mean, you went all in on it, though.
I did.
Maybe the back limbs are a little bit harder to break.
Possibly.
You are getting the timing down pretty good, though.
I am. Ouch. That was just a wrong directional dodge.
was a little bit too early.
Yeah.
It's weird because, like, I
Broken.
conceptually can sort of see the vision as to why this boss is kind of interesting. Because it does feel very much like a boss that is a direct, like, response to how easy it is to, like, fight big monster bosses in these games and just, like, stay underneath them and dodge, like, most of their attacks. Right?
Right.
Like, you're kind of forced to play cautious. I still kind of think that it's bullshit that, like, you're only allowed half your health. I think that this boss would still be plenty challenging without it.
This is a boss that is... Like, can we get an HP count here? Like, and do, like, a comparison? What is the HP on this?
Let me see if I can, because I actually genuinely do not
I'm seeing
know.
a lot of, like, frustrating discourse for me about, like, animation, old school animation looking bad.
This is Defiled Chalice, right? It has 23,963 HP.
23,000? Yeah. And I'm going to say the era where anime looked its absolute worst is like 2002 to like 6.
It does
when it
seem
transitioned to
be,
digital and it was all bad.
Most weak against thrusting.
We love Gonzo. Damage. Okay, so 23,000.
If you have anything that's like effective against beast enemies, this counts as beast enemy.
This counts as beast, so anything with serration. I think I know the thing I actually despise about Bloodborne.
Yeah.
One thing that I actually think was a genuine fuck up and is probably a consequence of its development coinciding with Dark Souls 2. And that's that it's a game like Demon Souls and like Elden Ring where damage type matters a lot more than what people admit. It makes a massive difference. But unlike Dark Souls 2, it is very difficult to get a reasonably upgraded weapon other than like one, maybe two of them.
I mean, I guess there's something kind of fucked up in like the predicament that we're facing here, right? Because like I think on the one hand, maybe the argument here is that like, well, the Chalice dungeons are about the grind, right? You have to grind to get the ritual bloods, you have to grind to get the hazes, you have to grind to get other materials, right? You have to go and hunt down dumb things and fight extra bonus bosses, right?
Right.
You could make the argument that that's what they're here for. So that doesn't mean that you're in a uniquely bad position, because your bad position currently is that you have
I don't have a good weapon with serration.
You don't have a good weapon with serration, and you're streaming, right? We could, in theory, make this entire stream a stream about grinding, like, because I think there are input dungeons.
Get chunks.
That you can farm chunks.
Yeah.
But like, you know.
Imagine all this work and we just return to Saw Cleaver.
It's always going to be Saw Cleaver.
Like, there's a reason why Saw Cleaver is universally considered the broken weapon.
Juicin is down for a farm streak because it does give him time.
No.
You greeted a little bit on that charge.
Also, I mean, another thing too is that like no one can actually see where Pumpkin is sitting right now. He is perched as a loaf of bread across, like running parallel with on top of my forearm that's trying to hit dodge and R1. So I have not moved my arm, my right arm, in about 20 minutes. Because he is just sleeping exactly along my forearm. Which is how I play most of these streams, by the way.
Yeah, this guy's a toughie.
Alright, that's the final attempt. Where's German? And by where's Gehrman, I mean, what code do I need for big blood chunks?
I think somebody in the chat had one, but there might be a code on the wiki somewhere.
Yeah. Chat, if anybody knows a good one.
The Blood Chunks Chalice dungeon is itself pretty difficult.
Oh, fuck. That was right. I remember hearing that. And I don't know if there's a good one to farm insight from either, because the fact that they...
Well, let's find out.
I have only been very, very vaguely been able to read chat. I will say, anime's biggest problem is that it's too closely tied to manga. I think we need to completely isolate these two mediums because almost every best anime ever has no manga or is so radically different as to basically just be spiritual inspiration. And that's just my way of saying Bebop and Evangelion.
So it says here, what you want to do is you want to do dungeon glyph BEJ77INI. That will unlock a tumor. That's a tumor chalice one, I believe. Here, look, I'm not 100% on what all this shit is supposed to mean, so let me just clip this section and just send it to you via DMs.
Okay.
Plus, you can see somebody say that if you are a man and you vote for a woman, you are you actually transition into a woman. Just
chat,
normal,
it's happening.
Normal internet things.
Okay. Oh shit! I took the cumfuck off. I shouldn't have. When you said Tumarin, I just thought it was the regular one. So.
Sorry, I'm not is it 4 M's?
No, I think I put it in the wrong order.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay, what's a bullshit chalice I don't need anymore?
The defiled chalice.
Please. What's a like a low level one I could like if I ever needed to go back to? It says I need to purchase the sinister Tumaru Earl Root Chalice and just keep remaking it over and over and over. Oh my god.
Yep. That's the strategy, it seems. Is there no way to just buy insight and then use your insight to buy...
I don't believe so. Chat, can I buy Madman's knowledge, please?
We are having...
an unfun time. I think everybody that played the Chalices knew this was coming.
Yeah, all like the 2 of the people here.
Yeah.
Because I will tell you right now.
I'm actually gonna have to move the cat. I hate this, but
no,
I can't feel my arm. I'm very sorry, Pumpkin. Set you down there. Let's readjust. You very much saw this coming. I legit thought that like the cumfuckery would get us at least out of this situation happening.
Yeah, there's only so much that souls can give you. I was gonna say that people are having a robust debate about anime in your chat, and
I know. I wish I was a part of it, but I'm in too much pain.
I'm surprised that that's your, because I was literally about to say, you could not pay me to be a part of that conversation. Like, good lord.
You're too good for anything that's not Yu Yu Hakusho.
Well,
And Pumpkin's just right back.
Aww.
What a good boyo. Sinister. It says purchase the Sinister route, but like, where? Purchase it from where? Is it at the Insight shop?
So this whole thing's gonna cost Insight anyway. This.
Oh my god. It's not there and it's not down there.
I'll look it up.
I don't have anything called Sinister.
It says here. Oh, I think it's like a store inside.
Oh, you have to buy it inside the.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see the way they're wording this. Where can we get a Pearl Slug, by the way?
Pearl Slug.
If you can research that one.
Why do we need a Pearl Slug?
To get to the Great Riz Chalice.
Oh, okay. That's for a different thing. Okay, fine.
Because that would be a non-grinding thing that still has to get done.
Inside a chest on the house right before the first floor of the Rom the Vacuous Spider in Bergenworth. Wait, what?
We have that. I have 2 of them. Where can I find more?
Can be purchased on the Hunter stream for 3 Insight.
Okay, that's cheap. So we don't have to grind now. We can just go Riz for now.
Yeah.
Okay, this is much better.
Easy.
Wait, I gotta make Arcane Haze.
God damn it.
So I need to... It's fine. I just need to buy 13 Ritual Blood 1s. I want to know how long this actually takes to do all this if you don't have Cumfuck available. Like, if you don't do it.
God, I have no idea, but it sounds atrocious.
It sounds like the worst thing I've ever heard of, honestly. I mean, this whole thing could be an interesting game in and of itself if it wasn't attached to... If this wasn't like a mid game attached to like the best game ever made.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see chat again. I can see chat again. I'm back for anime. I liked Frieren. That's all I got. I did enjoy it. I'm about halfway through Psycho-Pass Season 1, and it's pretty good, too. It's real good, actually. I don't know if that's original anime or if that's based on a manga or not. I know Frieren's a manga, but...
I don't really have, like... I don't know. I have 2 videos deep in the backlogs
about anime.
About anime, and they might have to just stay there forever.
Because one of them's a Naruto video. I'll just say out loud for everyone so that everybody can now be the worst. It is original.
Planning on making like I have, and that one's the one that's like basically already written.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I want to like, because I'm talking about the filler arcs in Naruto specifically. And I have been holding off on doing that until I rewatch all of the filler arcs of Naruto, which I'm never going to do because why would I want to take that kind of time?
Yeah. Opening 1 or 2, lag spike, by the way, on which artist you're talking about. Oh, you said the first. That's the Tokyo Ghoul opening artist, I believe. Oh, shit!
You got punched.
I did by a... This is a brain sucker. I forget if they're weak to piercing or if they resist it.
No way to find out.
Well, they're very weak to the Moonlight Greatsword, that's for sure.
Hell yeah.
Oh, by insight. The thing I freaking need? I'm at 78. How much does he suck me off? 77, 76?
Just 2.
Okay. Oh boy.
I believe Tenpen won the fight against herself. I mean, the problem, listen, the problem that I have when it comes to Naruto is that, like, in a way, the video is going to be a half-hearted defense of the filler arcs.
Mhm.
Not in saying that they are, like, somehow better than Naruto, but that, like, I find the relationship between, like, an anime adaptation of a manga and its fan base to be very, very weird.
Yeah. I don't want to cut you off. I do want to answer Lag Spike's question real quick, though, because he's about to leave.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not sure which opening I like better, because I've only seen the second one twice now. I did not like the second one the first time I heard it, and then the second time I heard it, I really liked it a lot more. So, right now, tentatively, I prefer the first, but, like, I could see the second one really growing on me. I do like the second opening's animation more, I think. I like what they did in that one a whole lot, but... Anyways, Naruto, the filler arcs, the fan base's relationship with how they talk about filler and anime.
Yeah, so, like, I find the conversation weirdly, like, kind of fascinating, simply just because, like, it is weird that an anime adaptation seemingly is built as, like, an accuracy machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
People are just sort of here to be like, does this suitably, accurately portray the manga?
What the fuck? We just fought this guy. And I'm getting sucked off some more.
Oh, man,
Goodbye, insight.
For your insight. That's the only 2.
I like how just... This is like a tier... What a change from the Watchdog of the old lords. That just are...
Yeah. It's nice to have a health bar again.
No! He wants me.
It's because they're adaptations. I mean, I guess, but
I disagree with that 150,000%. I think that what holds back anime as a medium is you're dealing with manga, which is comics, anime, which is film, 2 entirely different visual and compositional languages. And so much anime is worse than the manga strictly for the fact that it does nothing to adapt itself to a new medium. It just is panel translation. And I think it's the lamest thing about most animes.
like, the thing that charms me about Jesus, you are getting
I'm getting
all of
sucked
your
off
fucking
so much.
insight. Um, the thing that like, the thing that like makes me want to kind of write this video, enough that I did write the video, I'm never gonna release it. Is that like the thing about Naruto, as far as I understand it, and I you know, I haven't finished watching it. I'm probably never going to finish watching it just because
Finally,
like,
sleepwalking bosses. 2 bloodstone chunks. Plus 10. Here we come.
Hey, like, what was I gonna say? Like, early Naruto is sort of just driven towards being like moving things along as fast as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, oh, this arc is done and we've like slipped right into like the next big thing, and there's this big twist, and this whole thing like all branches and branches and branches and branches. um so like a lot of it is just like the constant engine of intrigue going.
Yeah.
Oh shit, this fight is where we find out that Naruto has a weird power that nobody thought about. Oh shit, this is the fight where Sasuke reveals that he has a power that nobody thought about. Oh shit, here's a thing where a boss shows up and he has a crazy power. Oh
Mm-hmm.
shit, that one weird kid in the tuning exams has a weird ass power. Oh shit, he's trying to like destroy the fucking school or whatever, right? Like on and on and on, right? uh and it's weird because the premise of it kind of just falls away immediately, right? Because it just is now a machine for intrigue. And what I like about the filler arcs is that the filler arcs do give us the thing that Naruto kind of promised early on. Like, you get to go on fun, wacky little adventures with, like, the B-listers.
Mm-hmm.
And, like,
Rock
I don't
Lee.
know.
The only thing I know about
That's
Naruto is Rock
actually
Lee.
like that's actually kind of fun to me, right? Because that's what we're here for. Naruto is one of those like big family animes, right? Where it's just like there's like 30 fucking characters and they all have like fun wacky powers, but inevitably a lot of shonen anime falls into the same trap that with big casts, where they just sort of eventually funnel down to like just the principal characters, unless
Yeah.
you're something like Bleach, which does that almost immediately.
Yeah. It's interesting in comparison to like well, I'll say my big problem with shonen, because I know we talked earlier about like slop shonen that gets canceled really quickly. I think one thing that helps a lot of shonen that gets canceled really fast is it doesn't have time to suffer the bloat. It doesn't have time to suffer from One Piece and Naruto syndrome. I don't know if One Piece actually suffers from this, but what the rest of the industry suffers from in regards to One Piece is that every manga publisher, every anime studio wants the next One Piece. They want the next 30-year cash cow. Because if One Piece happened, because it did happen, One Piece exists, that means there's another one somewhere, right? There's another Dragon Ball. There's another One Piece lurking there. There is. Two Piece is real.
Sorry.
It's out there, and they all want it. And I could feel the moment when I was watching Frieren. I could feel, now that I don't need them, I could feel the moment where someone somewhere was like, we might have something that could run for a long time that will make us a lot of money. I could feel the change. It's when it goes from a collection of short stories. You would get, like, in Frieren, you get, like, 2 short stories per episode until it slows down to, like, 5 episodes on a single test in a single training arc, where people are explaining their powers and they're explaining the world. And if you're into that sort of thing, it's great. But I felt like the change of what the show or the manga was, assuming it's similar to the manga, to when the moment came of, they're almost at the destination, slow the shit down, we've got to get that bag.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I just kind of get caught up in like asking the question of like, what exactly do people want out of an anime adaptation? Because like this sort of thing is maybe it's not that much of an inevitability nowadays because I don't know what the uh, environment looks like anymore now that we live in the modern age and television is a completely different creature. But like, if you're gonna do an anime adaptation of any like long form shonen anime that's still in production, like the inevitability is that like one production is going to eclipse the other, right? Like the
Yeah.
anime is going to catch up with the manga, and then what?
Yeah.
Right? And the problem is that if the only thing that is required or demanded from an adaptation, from an anime adaptation, is like a devotion to the accuracy of the source material, then all of these things are
Go,
doomed
get up, get up,
prospects.
get up!
Oh my god, beautiful. What a sell. Do you know where I'm going with this? Where it's just like, what is the point then in doing any of these things if the consensus, if the like the universal consensus is that it will inevitably be seen as a bad product simply by virtue of it like forced of it being forced to compromise the accuracy?
Yeah.
Like then what's the point?
I think people in general have like a very odd relationship with any adaptation, whether it's books or manga. And I think we've had such a long history now of like anime being mostly straight adaptations that it's what people want. People want to see it in motion, which I think undersells a little bit of why manga is great as a medium to begin with. I've actually been meaning to make this image for a long time, and by a long time I mean like a week, as I've been reading Berserk incredibly slowly, which is that you read manga to power read through the story. I read manga to make it go slower. We are not the same.
I'm being told that my views on this would be respected more if I disclose my manga reading history. And I think that as a matter of principle, I'm going to decline to, because I don't really need my opinions to be respected by chat right now. Like, if that's all the same to you guys.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh.
Where am I? I think I already went down there.
You already unlocked the passage.
I've never had too much of an urge though to like go and watch stuff if I've read it, knowing if it's like straight or not, because I feel like I'm just double dipping into it. I'm not a huge huge manga or anime connoisseur anyway. I very much dabble relatively consistently.
I did notice
usually
that, like,
in pockets.
after I had read part 6 of JoJo's, like, I wasn't particularly interested in watching part 6. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I know what's gonna happen.
JoJo's a great
And it
case
also
for me because
didn't help that like JoJo's part 6 is not a fun anime to watch while you're eating food because it's kind of gross.
yeah. Like I don't know. I think that I want to see the manga move is just really, it's a shallow thing that a lot of people want, or they want it in color. All the color scans of like manga that is not in color takes me back to seeing old colorized VHS tapes of movies from the 40s, and it all looks like total dog shit. I think that the interesting one out of this, there's two series that went through a similar arc, and that's Fullmetal Alchemist and Hellsing. Fullmetal Alchemist sort of landed on the perfect thing because they adapted a popular shonen that was ongoing, reached to the point where there was no manga left to adapt, and instead of just embracing 100 episodes of filler, they went completely bonkers in a whole other direction, which then led to people being mad that it was different. So then we had to get Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, which then results in two very different series. But unlike Hellsing, where the original adaptation of Hellsing is terrible, and Hellsing Ultimate is a lot better just by virtue of not being dog shit, we now have eternal FMA versus FMAB discourse. The series, in a way, almost got turned into an eternal money-making horse of a small degree, because everyone's going to fight over two very good adaptations, one of which is a capital A Hog Wild adaptation that just uses it as a thematic and setting springboard into an entirely different work.
Yeah.
I, by the way, am a believer in 2003 Full Metal Alchemist.
That is also kind of the reason why I'm never going to release this Naruto video, probably, because like if I really wanted to have a serious conversation about this, the obvious like material to go for is the like Full Metal Alchemist one, right? Because like it's one thing to be like, yeah, the filler arcs of Naruto kind of collect the vibe of the series in a way that I think like people are like missing out on, and it's another thing entirely to be like, you know, here is this wildly contested like two divergent ideas of how to adapt adapt a work, right? But like we could be having this about fucking anything, right? Like we could be having this about like the 3 different versions of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like I personally won't, because I don't think that one's an interesting conversation at all. Because, you know, one of them is good and the other 2 are not. It just doesn't really feel like a, you know.
Yeah. I think also like the thing I come out of too is like, you know, as a student, an actual student with a degree in film history, I am very used to the idea of a film that's based on a book but is not actually really based on that book.
Yeah.
It is so common in a lot of classic films, especially like noirs and stuff, are based off of books. They share nothing in common. You're getting 2 entirely separate works of art that happen to share the same name and maybe some character names. Kurosawa films are based on books that have nothing to do with what he ultimately did. I think giving artist interpretation to the thematic and setting ideas of other artists across different mediums is an interesting bargain that we make when we translate across medium.
Yeah. I know of a story. When I was little, I was really into Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles, and I looked up the anime adaptation for that like semi-recently, maybe even in preparation for this video that I'm again never going to make. But like, you know, one of the interesting things about that specifically is that like the anime adaptation just like ended, like it consciously ended before it finished the story, because like the tone of the manga departs so much from like the original tone that apparently, rumor goes, I might be inaccurate on this, fuck if I know, but like the manga, like, you know, goes all sorts of crazy places that like just didn't seem to fit with what they were able to like do with the anime adaptation as a product. So like, I don't know, I find that interesting. There's a lot of like interesting discussions to be had. I just, you know, it's not something that I want to like I guess
oh yeah,
I guess the thing that I'm trying to say here ultimately,
finally a good fucking boss.
It is not something that I want to like put my channel in the line of fire to like deal with, like, you know, anime and manga fans on the internet with, to like make a video about.
Chat is one thing, because chat's cool and like we're all friends here.
Yeah.
Random commenters though, you don't know what you're gonna get.
They already listen. I'm already accused of being a fake fan, and you know, a woke moralist and a loser and a shill because I didn't like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and that's like in my wheelhouse. It's Final Fantasy and it's video games. Like those are my like things, you know. The last thing that I'm gonna do is like say, you know, I like these things that are widely considered to be the worst part of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Vopop asks, because
So-
I actually think this is an interesting one, how different Electric Sheep is from Blade Runner. So do androids dream of Electric Sheep and Blade Runner are basically only similar in concept and main character. The best scene in the book is not in the film. The best scene in the film is not in the book. Because they end up focusing on they get preoccupied with very different
I really thought I picked you
aspects
up on that one.
of this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch, ouch. Wow. Hey, tougher than the base game version. He doesn't have his little goober guys around. I guess because he doesn't start as a little tiny guy. I wish they did the tiny guy again. Like I like to see him grow up. It's so they grow up just right before your eyes. Live Die Repeat is a very good film. I've never read the manga, but I did enjoy the movie quite a bit. Okay, it's straight behind here. Yeah, they do come to opposite conclusions. They are very and just so people know, the best scene in the movie, in my opinion, is the famous scene at the end with Roy Batty. And the scene in the book that I always go back to is the scene with the spider in the hotel where the androids start just plucking the legs off of the spider. And this is like the first living animal we've seen in the entirety of the book. Philip K. Dick is great. Anyone in chat that likes Psychopaths, go read any Philip K. Dick book, because Psychopaths is just it's Dickian science fiction. I would not be surprised if it's directly based or inspired to some degree off of one of his books. Blade Runner's good. Every version of Blade Runner except the theatrical version is good. People will argue about which of the other 4 versions are the best. I find as long as you're just not watching the theatrical version, you're fine. Because the theatrical version is...
I had like a couple of like friends that I knew when I was an undergrad who swore by the theatrical release. And I thought that they were insane, but I was never able to say it because they were all grad students and I was an undergrad at the time. So, like,
yeah.
You know how it goes.
Yeah.
You have to be like, wow, I guess I'll check it out, and then never do, because why would you?
The theatrical version is the only one of the 5 versions that actively has parts in it that harm it, which is the narration and the ending.
Yeah.
Like... It's the most obvious studio meddling ever. You talk about like corporate slop. Harrison Ford's narration in Blade Runner is genuinely hilarious because he did it in like half an hour and didn't want to do it. And you can tell.
Yeah, and it shows.
And the ending is like clearly not shot by Ridley Scott. And was like they got some B unit guy to go out and just like get some B-roll real quick.
Yeah. People think Harrison Ford intentionally made it bad. I don't know.
I think there's a difference between intentionally like bad and well, okay, so like intentionally bad's a weird thing to quantify. I think he just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You know, those are the 2 movies, is Ridley Scott Blade Runner and 2049. I loved 2049. I like 2049 better than the Ridley Scott version. Only because I love Villeneuve's do-nothing visual style, where just dog shit is happening on screen, but we just see, like, the best Tarkovskian images that you're gonna see from a mainstream big studio filmmaker.
Mhm.
Look at the engaging visuals on this boss.
Really good.
Ouch. This is the worst boss to greet out on.
I mean, that would be punishing. But I'm kind of noticing a trend with a lot of the Chalice dungeon bosses where it's just like, I think the reason why hitting the wall of a Watchdog hurts so bad is just because like all of the health bars here are just a lot.
There's a lot of
just
health.
A lot.
23,000 on the Watchdog is nuts. Actually, can we get a... I meant to compare this. Can we get like 23,000 roughly is the Watchdog's. What is what's the HP of Ludwig?
Ludwig, let me find that for you.
It's probably similar, or Ludwig has more. But
Ludwig at New Game 1 has 16,000.
Holy shit! The old Watchdog has 8,000 more HP than Ludwig the Holy Blade. That's unreal.
Yeah.
You got to watch the Space Tarkovsky movie.
And take
says
that
Mag
damage from physical.
Oh my god. You do. Solaris is amazing. It is not for everyone.
Do you still have to be this deep?
I think the
what is it that we're doing here?
Just beating this Chalice. This is the other one. We have to beat Defiled and the Riz Chalice. So we have to actually beat this one. This is not for grinding.
Oh, right. This isn't for
This is just for...
Okay.
This is actual progression.
So there's just some guy with bug spray down here.
Yeah. The wild thing, Justin, is that I think I might have New Game Plus stats. I should have just put it all into strength. I wasn't expecting all this.
Damn it, you missed your shot.
I do need to watch more Indian film. I don't know anything about Indian film beyond, like, the really foundational stuff. The Apu trilogy. Satyajit Ray is fantastic. Every one of his movies is just beautiful. But especially like contemporary Bollywood, don't know enough about. But it's big too. Like, I mean, they always showing in theaters here, so what I do know about, like, there's some really good Bollywood stuff I have seen. Monsoon Wedding is great, although that's probably not like the image of what people imagine with Bollywood, but it's because it's not grossly incandescent and incredibly long.
I have heard good things about that one, though.
Mira Nair is a great director. I will get to RRR one day. That one did sort of break containment a little bit, which is always hard for any non-English or non... I'm just trying to think.
Stonefang Tunnel.
Stonefang Tunnel is the best. I actually don't know if RRR is English language or not, but any non-English language film or any Bollywood film struggles to break containment with American audiences. You really liked Stalker. It evokes a specific feeling that you haven't gotten from anything else. I am constantly chasing the high of Stalker. Stalker is a movie that I want more of, but I never can have because Stalker is the only film like that.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
I highly recommend Stalker. Stalker is based on a book called Roadside Picnic that's entirely different, but is a very good book, Soviet era sci-fi. And it is the basis for the video game Stalker, which is entirely different from both.
Well, fuck.
So there's 3 versions of this story: Roadside Picnic, Stalker, and Stalker, the video game.
Hell yeah.
And they're all completely different, and they're all awesome.
Also, Justin is ready to go.
I think you need to have the short Chalice route that you can pick up from the Insight shop. And then lay it down at that first Chalice. And then you can go. Hidden path awaits ahead. Apparently not.
Unless there's like a different way to access it. What do they mean? And pathways ahead.
I really need to play... I really need to actually play the Stalker game all the way through. It is definitely a game that I could not get into because...
It doesn't seem like my thing.
It is definitely not your thing. It is definitely my thing, though. But it was before I learned how to play games when I last tried it. Mm-hmm. And I only just now learned how to play games in the last, 3 months. Suddenly, every video game has become, way better and easier all at once from this, Souls cavalcade I've run on, because I've made a very peculiar point to observe how I'm learning and change my active brain process in how I'm learning the fights, and it's transferred over to every other video game. So I could probably go into Stalker now and get it down in a couple hours and really get into it.
Some guy, let's not get too hasty here. There's
some guy,
no
please.
One has ever beaten
chat mods. Some guy, ban some guy. We got to get him out of here.
Yeah, I'm on it.
He's exposing me.
Oh, someone died.
I got money. That's nice. Maybe a Mario stream is next. Maybe I can put my money where my mouth is and see where we land. Stalker is best with mods. I'm sure there's a lot of fun mods, but I am 100. I am a certified, bona fide, big slut for author's intent. The version they ship that shit with, that's what I'm going for.
The only game
I will mod shit after the fact, but the first playthrough
recently was Fallout New Vegas, and that is specifically because I could not get it to run otherwise.
Yeah.
So
I mean that's a little bit of extenuating circumstances, though.
Yeah. That's a little bit less to the point.
That's more like someone modded an update.
Yeah, this wasn't a I've modded in the big tits mod or whatever, as much as I, modded in the game working.
What a great mod. The studio that made the Saints Row game should have got that mod.
Damn.
I've never seen a video game series more obsessed with not working than Saints Row. Insight. Which is always frustrating for me because I was a Saints Row over GTA when I was a teenager.
I don't really play either.
We should get you to play Super Mario 64 and pretend that it's a good game. Hey now. I played Mario 64 for a little bit and Mario Sunshine on the 3D All-Stars collection, and I was like, oh my god, Galaxy's the only good game here.
Yellow backbone.
Yellow paint?
Oh shit. What a sick reference.
This game's slop. Wait, that's the ladder forward. I'm so glad we found the yellow lanterns on the ladders that tell you to interact on them, because the game's treating me like I'm an idiot and a moron.
Nick, don't call me out. Listen, Nick, don't call me out. It says the quality of life and big tits aren't of equal importance. listen, the big tit mod just happened to come in with
it
the
was
quality
included
of
in
life
the
mod.
It was included,
Yeah.
right? I can explain. What's going on here? Oh my god!
Nice.
What is this
Hell
toxic room? Holy shit.
Do you remember that one part of Undead Crypt in Dark Souls 2? What if it was all of that, but there's verticality?
Yeah. Okay, let me... Playing the original DS1 without DS Fix. That's why you play the Switch version of Dark Souls 1, which is the best version of Dark Souls 1, because it retains the original game's textures while also functioning. Which is a lot more than can be said about any original version of Dark Souls 1.
I love functioning games.
I'll say...
Stop me if I'm going so too fast.
One thing I will say to the defense of Mario Sunshine is that I think my bad time I had with it in 3D All-Stars was not Sunshine's fault. I think it was because the GameCube has those analog triggers that like no other console has. And the game actually takes advantage of it. Like, it felt so wrong to control Flood without those analog triggers. Like, it just did not feel nearly as smooth as I remember that. Part of that might be because maybe the game isn't as smooth as I remember it. But also, like...
I do love me
iframes.
Mario Sunshine, though.
Iframes. Iframes.
Ooh. It's something that I don't know if you'll ever use, but, you know.
Yeah. Sunshine does have a lot of tedious level design, but, like, you know... Sunshine has tedious level design in the same way Bloodborne has tedious level design. If you go for the Platinum Trophy / 100%, you're going to hate it. If you just play, like, the main game, it's fine. Sunshine is, like, mean to people that want all those shine sprites.
Yeah, the blue coin stuff is like, particularly horrible. But, I mean, I think a lot of my love of, like, 3D Mario games specifically stems from, like, watching speedruns of them, and I think that the speedruns of all of the 3D Mario games look genuinely gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, they're awesome. Oh, shit, no!
Just taking me back.
Yeah. I think a lot of the Mario games... Sunshine, though, has that weird problem, though, where you have to, like, complete every level up to, like, its 6th or so shine sprite, right?
Asking if you can ring the bell and see if the co-op thing works.
Let's find out.
Let's find out. Where'd you put your bell?
I wish this had the Dark Souls 3 quick menu. 7th shrine. As somebody that literally cannot play platformers because I am old and decrepit, did you play Odyssey?
Me?
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
I was going to, but, like, at the time, I basically, like, spent all of my money just getting a Switch. So I didn't really have time to, like, buy a whole bunch of different games.
Yeah, my choice was between Odyssey...
ended up being... Yeah.
Mine was between Odyssey and Breath of the Wild, and Breath of the Wild was the casualty in that one. Ow! Oh, pumpkin! Oh, God, he's pressing his paw on my neck. He's digging in. Just for fun, because he's got to stretch and yawn all at once.
Yeah. That's funny to me also, because if you got Odyssey and not Breath of the Wild, then I think I got Breath of the Wild and not Odyssey. So, there we go.
I freaking love... I have played some of Breath of the Wild, so it's not like I'm completely... I'm not a Breath of the Wild, like, total virgin. I've reached first base with Breath of the Wild. And it was good. I enjoyed it. I need to really sit down and play it a lot more, though, before I can say anything on it. But I freaking loved Mario Odyssey. That game has some of the most fun movement I've ever experienced in any game. It is delectable. It's so good. a lot of people complain about 100%ing that game being a nightmare because it's a Mario game and 100%ing any of them is a nightmare. I 100%ed Mario World on the Game Boy as a kid. It was terrible. Whoa! Demon Souls is so back.
Hell yeah.
Just moving
Love
in
Demon
Odyssey.
Souls too.
Just moving in Odyssey is some of the most fun I've ever had. Controlling anything in a platformer. Mario's kit is just there. And I don't think my bell worked, sadly.
I bought
So we'll have to test this out.
Bought what?
I still have the password, yeah. Or did I turn it off?
Oh. I think you did. I think
no,
you
it's
have
still
the password
Leon.
still.
Yeah, it's Leon.
I bought Botwa because I'm like constantly looking for like the open world game that will like.
Oh, here's my thing I
all
need.
Make sense to me.
Oh, this is the Sinister Riz. I'll buy it.
Oh yeah.
We love Sinister Riz.
I'm always looking for like an open world game that can get me into open world games, and I still don't think I've found one that does.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Swizzle's in.
Jay Swizzy! We've got... Oh, Jay Swizzle. I'm about to throw the switch, Jay Swizzle, so...
Gentle viewers, it's Jay Swizzle time.
Finally. Jay Swizzle is here.
We have old Madman Waller.
Clint preferred the movement in Sunshine to Odyssey. Can I make a insane comparison? Prophecy 2 says, gonna lay awake at night thinking about the phrase hit first base with Breath of the Wild.
That's what we're here for, Bopper. We're here for your wonderful turn of phrase.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Sunshine is for the Dark Souls 1 fan. Odyssey's for the Elden Ring fan. In terms of how their movement feels to me. Odyssey's movement is a lot more fluid and loose. You can jump around. You can string all sorts of crazy stuff together. You can still do that in Sunshine, but you need to be a lot more deliberate with your actions. It's more limited. You have to express the movement skill a lot differently, and it's a much slower Dark Souls 2-ian Mario style of movement. From my memory, of course.
Right, of course. Prophecy's asking me what open world games have I played before? Oh Jesus. Maybe I just have been playing bad ones because I've played Breath of the Wild. I've played.
There's Jay Swizzle.
I played Dragon Age Inquisition. I guess technically counts, and Mass Effect Andromeda. Elden Ring.
Elden Ring asterisk because you're not far in it. I don't think. You're
No,
one rune, one great rune boss. In.
Yeah. Except I have to redo all my progress now because I got it on Steam. Or, you know, someone got it for me on Steam.
I have to play From Software games again. I'm tormented eternally.
It's genuinely a tragedy.
All right, let's see. Which was the way forward?
Oh,
what's the one?
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but, you know.
The definition of open world is so weird.
I mean, it is, isn't it? Technically, like that is an open world game, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's some that are so like, because it's weird because you can't play like Elden Ring or even Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild. You cannot play them in any way that isn't engaging with their open world on a first playthrough, on a blind playthrough without a guide. You can do what I did in 7 Rebirth and do fucking nothing with the. Oh my! How is she back?
Oh, hell yeah.
How is Abritas back? This is a logic fail. Get Mahler on the line.
But
Jay Swizzle come back.
Who else is back?
Jay Swizzle.
Yeah, you know who else is back?
This is a rematch. Bopper is heading straight for Ganon and Breath of the Wild, still engaging with the open world. I would say, like, with Breath of the Wild, like, going straight to Ganon and, like, doing it that way is itself, like, such a challenge run that requires a lot of, like, meta-knowledge that, like, unless you're reading a hardcore guide on how to do that, you have to, at the very least, explore somewhat.
Yeah, I think there might be a difference between whether or not the game will allow you to technically not do it versus, like, you know, I don't know. I think it's different, right? There's clearly a difference between, you know, yes, technically Breath of the Wild doesn't, like, you don't have to explore that much, although even that, I think, is still kind of a stretch, because you still have to do the opening shrines that give you your, whatever they're called, the stuff in your tablet. I keep on wanting to
Jay
say
Swizzle,
things.
no!
No! J-Swizzle! And
Now we're
that
stuck
is
with this
at
bum.
least, like, in some way, shape, or form, like, that is a form of exploration, right?
Right.
So, I don't know.
Jay Swizzle
Then
back
again,
to the equipment drawing board just like me.
I am just in it to see Ebrietas. I'm having a good time.
Whoa, collision
I knew that
detection.
this was coming eventually.
This is where I wish we had some, like, Elden Ring status effects I could apply, like some bleed or something.
Yeah, get it that Scarlet Rot. Maybe the reason why you've been so off your Bloodborne game is that you opened the stream being so like hardcore at Elden Ring that, like, you know,
I was
now
like
you're
eating
stuck here.
I was eating Elden Ring alive in a way that you can only play in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I got clapped.
Damn.
I mean, to be fair, that obscene health bar is a triple summon health bar. Like, that's a cracked HP bar because of that.
That is true.
Two
and
with
this time you're only
spells.
going to come in with Jay Sozzle, because I don't think Waller is doing you any favors.
Mm-hmm. I wish I could script write as fast as you guys. It's practice. I used to really I could get you 2,000 words of a script like 3 years ago, and it felt like a big accomplishment. I can just sit down and write 2,000 words now.
I think the really funny part of my script writing process is that, like, at the end of every script that I make, I'm always sitting here going like, damn, I really dragged my feet on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
how
did it take me this long to get it done?
Yeah. Because there are small open worlds like Nier, and even like open world
counts
adjacent
as an open
things.
world, then fine. I'd throw 2 more onto the list. We have Nier and or I guess like Nier Replicant and
yeah, because they don't
Nier
have to be
Automata.
big, because an almost open world that's really small. This is kind of disingenuous to call it an open world, but I think it has a lot of the similar ideas to open worlds. Is Metro Exodus and Deus Ex, the most recent one. I don't remember the subtitle off the top of my head, but the one where you're in Prague.
Mankind Divided?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird to me though, because like I really like Nier Automata. I don't see it as an open world game, and I don't think I have like a robust classification system. You know, I'm not here to sit here and try to like categorize all art experiences or whatever. But like the vibes are definitely like not there for me as far as like open world. I guess it's just because it's.
I try to break my brain away from Ubisoft's definition of an open world, because that's like the worst version of the open world is the Ubisoft one. And there's some Ubisoft games I like. I like Far Cry, like 3. I like Far Cry 2. Assassin's Creed Shadows is an important game. Never played an Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah, me neither.
Ubisoft is like
now is just like all of the weird shit that has come up once people started complaining about like accuracy in it.
Mm-hmm. That feels like so deeply disingenuous to what that series is.
Yeah.
Ouch. I'm going in without Jay Swizzle because he didn't summon, and I think he said he was trying some different stuff. Also, this HP bar is more like it on Ebrietas.
Yeah. By the way, I'm 90% sure that I'm saying it wrong.
I'm pretty sure I've been right this whole time, as I always am with pronunciations.
Always. I just I can't help myself. Sometimes you have to know who you are, you know?
I went so crazy when, like, I saw all the Old English in Elden Ring, because I was like, oh my god, my degree!
Finally.
Finally. I can correct people about the pronunciation of Shadow Tree.
I think one of my favorite comments that I've ever gotten on my Rebirth video were the people who were accusing me of being a weeb because I like explained why like Red 13's voice changes in Rebirth by like citing distinctly not Japanese person Tim Rogers and like his explanation of what happened. Like, I think I had one of those comments that was like, how dare you put all of this weak crap up on screen and pretend like you know what you're talking about.
You were doing the classic manipulation tactic of citing a source.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Nasty.
Don't barf blood. That's not healthy. This is why I make it
Frenzy! I forgot about this. Nice. Jumped instead of rolled.
Classic Bloodborne.
I'm glad we're going phase 2 in a room like this.
Yeah. What could go wrong?
Nothing. What is... I mean, this is a ginormous mess here. We got eyeballs and eyeballs.
Yeah. I love it. It's great.
Something is, like, freaking the fuck out, though, and I don't know what it is.
I think it might be Abrietas. How many enemies in this game are freshly born?
Wow!
Ooh. How many enemies in this game are freshly born only to face you immediately?
Oh my god, Justin just pointed out that Igon's quest in Elden Ring is an adaptation of Moby Dick where you play as Ishmael, and now I want to replay Elden Ring.
Hell yeah. It's not too late. Elden Ring New Game Plus stream.
Heard there's a train in Metro Exodus. It's a good game, Metro Exodus.
No insight. I'm Tim Pilled. It's true.
Yeah.
I think Tim Rogers is very good at thinking about stuff.
I think part of why I love Elden Ring, and I don't mean this...
Some guy, please.
I think
Boss looks at the camera and says, I was just Bloodborne.
Jay Swizzle, tell me when you're ready for the summon. Oh man. Part of why I love Elden Ring, I think, we're talking about open world, and I told you this before, but I don't think I've talked about it on chat. Elden Ring is a game that almost one for one I imagined and wanted when I was like 12.
Yeah, you did talk to me about this.
Because when I played like Twilight Princess and Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker as a kid, the one thing that I always felt was lacking, not because the games need this, but like a part of me wanted this, was like a true sense of openness and adventure. Because all those games follow like very straight lines that you basically go through. The idea that Zelda games are linear games pre-Breath of the Wild. They're linear games that you go through in twisting ways, back and forth. You sort of lap over yourself. It's like Boletarian Palace is a whole game, and it's awesome, and it's cool, and it's great, but I wanted like that. I wanted a truly open game, like the promise of Zelda 1 with that 3D game, and Souls sort of gave me like that. Oh shit. Souls gave me Zelda's combat because collision-based sword fighting that's intuitive just ratcheted up in difficulty, and then like took it from there. And Elden Ring gave me like that game, that open world adventure game that I wanted. Which is part of why I'm so partial and obsessed with it. Which is why I've only ever beaten it once. Because it's...
Ooh.
I mean, I'm so excited for New Game Plus, though. Like, holy shit. I can't wait to just dog walk New Game Plus with the DLC weapons.
Margit is going to be like, oh, you think you can stand against the Elden Lords?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My only experience trying to fight
buddy is yes.
I did try to fight a boss in Breath of the Wild, and I did not enjoy it at all. I'm very curious to actually give Breath of the Wild a true and proper chance, because I was not impressed by the combat. It felt weirdly like more stiff and punishing than Dark Souls combat, but aided by the fact that you can just heal whenever you want in a pause menu, which is the Yakuza trick of pretending that the game is a fun combat system because you just don't die, because you can have unlimited free healing whenever you want.
Yeah. I have beaten all the major dungeons in Breath of the Wild, except for Hyrule Castle, because, like, the problem that I have with open world games is that I am, like, wildly task-oriented. So, like, I just would head to the main objectives immediately. Which would lead to some funny things, like, you know,
Did Jay Swizzle pass away?
Yep. Jay Swizzle's out.
That's okay. Look at the HP. Look at the damage we dealt.
You're swizzling on your own here.
It's like, what's the theme here? Like, what's going on? Is Abritus just back? Somehow Abritus has returned?
Maybe you're fighting within your own madness.
Maybe.
Dug so deep into
my own insight.
Yeah. Maybe it's just here because he knew that like theorists would just get fucking like mind broken over this.
Well, I mean, the lore of the Chalice dungeons is like super important, and it's clear that they're replaying Upper Cathedral Ward here a lot with the enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here.
Done. Easy.
Mecha Abritus. We rebuilt Abritus. Two
What
bloodstone
Abritus?
shucks.
Get into the mech.
I think Abriatus did not have a choice. Abriatus was put into the mech.
Yeah.
What's the theme here? Underwater? It's boring! Highly recommend the parry tier. It makes so many bosses way more fun without summons in Elden Ring. Oh, I used the parry tier for Radahn. I got really good at it, but it was like worthless in phase 2 because of the lightning or the holy after effects. Time to pump strength, soft cap strength.
Hell yeah.
As we say, if you're not at the soft cap, you ain't got a stat.
That's true.
Yeah. Do you think we can finally get plus 10 Rakuyo?
I hope so. I hope so. You deserve it, frankly.
I really do.
You've been good. You've been well behaved.
Yes!
You're a little short on souls, but you know.
It's fine. I can just pop a little one. I really wish I did not spend all those levels on Arcane. I can't believe I had one opportunity to come fuck and I blew it. I mean, I don't have one opportunity to do it.
Sorry. It's funny.
I mean, look. First base with
First base with
Breath of the Wild. Chat, put your hands in the air if you've gotten to first base with The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
So we're going to German, right? German, sorry.
We've got to go to Gehrman.
German.
Yeah. What weapon do I like go grind out?
I'm gonna go and send Gil like 20 voice clips of me going German, just to see if like it drives him to madness.
Send Gil a bunch of voice clips of me describing getting to first base with Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Did I beat the dog already? No. We have, I guess, 2 defiled Chalice dungeon bosses left. Oh boy.
Hell yeah.
Breath of the Wild gave you a handy after class. Damn.
Nice.
I turned down Breath of the Wild when it asked me to prom because Breath of the Wild doesn't own Doc Martens.
No, it doesn't. You can't even dress Link in Doc Martens.
No.
What the fuck even is the point?
I only want Wes Anderson games and goth games.
Oh shit! You can call in the Jer Strike. So obviously you're summoning the Swizzle for.
Jay Swizzle is
the Watchdog.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, Jay Swizzle's coming in for this. Thinking of Airstrike, you know what my favorite open world game of all time is? That's not Elden Ring. Everyone's gonna see this
Fallout
coming.
76?
I love Fallout 76. Fallout 76 combines everything I love about MMOs and Fallout 3 into one of the greatest gaming experiences of all time. It doesn't boot up for one thing. My favorite open world game that is not Elden Ring is Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain.
Oh yeah, I forgot that that's also open ring.
That is a true
open world.
That is a true open world game in the way no other game, not even Elden Ring, is open world, because it is a game.
I gotta get back to Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 5 is a game that lets you look at the environment you need to attack and then just completely run away from it. So like you can find where the boss or the target spawns in the level, and you can just track the car that brings him there and go and kidnap him before he even reaches the level you're supposed to encounter him in. It's so good.
Hell yeah.
Thought I was going to say Cyberpunk. I've tried Cyberpunk twice, and like it's good. Like my second attempt at it, I realized it's good, but I played it for an hour and I was like, Cyberpunk 2077 has a loot problem. Any game that has a loot problem, I instantly like struggle with.
Yeah. It has to be a really, really good game to get you to overcome your loot problem. Like
Yeah.
Stranger of Paradise.
Stranger of Paradise is a great game with a loot problem, but mercifully with a auto-equip solution.
Yeah.
Thank you, Xenoblade
Anton,
3 auto-equip.
Anton, I have beaten Metal Gear Solid 1.
I
even did like the emulated PS1 version of it.
Ooh, I own the PS1 version. I need to actually play it. I just bought Shadow of the Colossus as well, so I can finally play that for the first time. And I bought the PS2 version because I ain't no Blue Point fraud.
Nice. So I gotta get to Metal Gear Solid 2, which I'm really, really looking forward to, because I was there when Metal Gear Solid 2 came out and everybody hated it because they just wanted Snake. You know?
Yeah. I've played 5 and I've played Revengeance.
I own Revengeance.
Yeah.
One of these days I'll get to it.
I love it so much. Used to play college ball, you know. Yeah, probably at some stuffy Ivy League school. Try the University of Texas, son. Nanomachines, Jack. I love how it's so great that Armstrong calls Raiden Jack, because it comes off... Armstrong talks like an anime version of Joe Biden. Because every single sentence is flanked with Jack.
I almost
Or
don't
Son.
wanna- I almost don't want to break your heart on this one, because a lot of people call Raiden Jack in Metal Gear Rising. Like he has like that's like his name.
I know.
Oh, okay.
But
you're
it's-
the one who played it. Oh, God.
Yeah. It's just great to hear like U.S. government official that says every sentence with Jack.
Yeah.
MGS is one of those game series you've been meaning to get to for around 10 years. You could give it to your younger self and you're obsessed with stealth games. I always hated stealth games until I played wait a minute. I still hate stealth games. I don't know why my brain turned it into a
I was
Boondocks
gonna
bit.
say.
No,
I was gonna say Persona 5, obviously.
Persona 5 changed the game on stealth.
By making it fucking like mindlessly easy.
Yeah. Stealth always frustrated me. And it was until... it frustrated me a lot less than the Phantom Pain, because the Phantom Pain's like scope of failure is so wide. In the little bit I attempted of Metal Gear 1... Well, I beat Metal Gear 1. Metal Gear Solid. So I've beat MSX Metal Gear Revengeance and Phantom Pain. Metal Gear Solid 1 I've played a little bit of. I've played a little bit of Metal Gear Solid 3. I did not like David Hayter's performance as Big Boss in the little bit I played.
Yeah. No, it's fair.
Which is that's either a hot take or everybody else is blinded by nostalgia for it. But then he's really flippin' good in Metal Gear Solid 1 as Solid Snake, so I don't know. Maybe I'm a hater for no reason. But in Metal Gear 1, you just kind of, you stealth or die. And in Phantom Pain, you stealth, and then when you get caught, you go into slow-mo. And then if you don't get out of it in slow-mo, you can then run around and maybe still get away from them. And if worse comes to worse, you can get into a firefight. And if it gets even worse than that, you call in the airstrike.
Oh yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 5 is like a great game if one of your favorite things is failing to execute a plan.
Is Phantom Pain the one also where you basically like run around and like make a wildlife farm because you can just adopt any animal and rescue them?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Because you've got like your little like hub world that you go back to.
Right.
Oh,
does that make Metal Gear Solid 5 Hangout Core?
yes. Hideo Kojima's
love
got to be one of the most
Core.
frustrating people in the world, because no person who's allowed to come up with a character like Quiet is also allowed to have the ungodly riz that he does.
Yeah.
Like, you would think he would just be a straight gooner, but he's not. But he is. But he's not.
Quiet discourse. I'm glad that your hunter's weapons never like wear down, you know?
Yeah.
Like in the sense that like your like little knife attachment onto the Rakio like just like falls off because you've just done it too many times.
Yeah, that would be really funny if you did it too many times, now it's broken. That would be something they'd do in a Shadow Tower game.
God. Do you remember when video
Yeah.
games were good? Like
That's
Shadow
that's
Tower
that's
Abyss?
cat noise. The cats are fighting, if anybody's hearing that.
Oh no.
Poppy always instigates it, and Pumpkin's old, so he can't really fight back all that well. Poppy never goes like too crazy because he can restrain himself a little bit. But that one just ended bad because Pumpkin had the high ground, and I just watched him put a big fat Poppy chomp on Poppy.
Ooh.
So, and then Poppy was like complaining about it afterwards. Dad, he hurt me. I know who started it. Shut the fuck up. Sometimes I hold down Poppy, make sure Pumpkin gets a nice good smack in before getting away. It feels hateful, but like
Strange in the same sentence.
it feels hateful, but sometimes Poppy will start nipping at my feet, and then I chase him, and then he attacks Pumpkin, and that's when I'm like, no, he's getting held down. We're beating him up. We're tag teaming this one. Let Pumpkin kind of wail on him for a second. But Poppy is like gotta be the most low IQ organism I've ever met in my entire life.
I love orange cats.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter what I'm doing. Just break out the laser pointer and then he's like gone. Tap on the wall. What's that? Huh?
Beautiful.
Pumpkin, you need to be the one to put Poppy in his place. I can't keep doing it. That's exactly right, Prophecy. Failure-based analysis of MGS5 is interesting because Death Stranding is about getting a plan exactly right. I love, like, fucking up and then having to, like, figure out something from there. It's just a lot of fun. I don't like skill-based execution. I like skill-based failure into skill-based problem solving.
Yeah, like what's happening right now?
Yeah, we have a problem, which is
God
that
of souls.
we have a problem, which is that the defiled chalice sucks, and we have a solution, which is
The Jer strike.
Jer Strike, and I'm not at the soft cap for a damage stat, so we're going for it
Yeah.
because the Rockio has no strength scaling, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't get a bunch of strength.
Is that because of how you've augmented it, though?
Potentially. Lord Pence having a cat moment, a Big Poppy moment. Whose footprints are those? What was that noise? Huh? What? Big Poppy.
Yeah.
Big Poppy's a criminal.
We love him, though.
Yeah. And each level that takes us closer to the strength soft cap does something else very important. You know what that is?
Gives you defense.
Gives me defense. And you know what fight that's going to be useless for?
Wait, so is Dark Souls 3 literally the only game from Soft in the Soulsborne titles where level ups don't give you defense?
Oh my god, I get 1 point of defense across 10 levels of strength.
Beautiful.
Oh my god.
It's obviously worth it.
We got to get this.
Farewell, good maid.
The pizza cutter deals serrated damage. We have got to get that thing going.
Yeah, you need more blood chunks.
All right. Jay Swizzle, are you ready for a rematch? Now that I completed the Riz dungeon.
God, I'm so happy this is happening.
Yeah. Wait, Poppy and Pumpkin are different cats? You had no idea? Anton, no. Yeah, I have 2 orange cats. One that's a year old, one that's 12. And
Oh, Pumpkin's old.
yeah, Pumpkin's real old. And he still gets around though. He's still got it. Cuz cats can kick around for a while. They can be feisty old bastards.
Did you ring the bell?
Oh yeah, I should do that.
Seemed like you're about to like run straight on in with that.
Just let's see what happens, you know.
Also, I feel like I'm not on my A game tonight. I'm sorry.
It's
like,
fine.
very minorly sick, I
Yeah.
guess.
Just like me last time. Roll reversal.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's fair because I finished my video, so it's not like I have to like, you know, I'm still on break.
Yeah.
Just fucking-
I got another week and a half of break.
Oh yeah.
And look at what I'm spending it doing. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Is this God's punishment?
Chalice dungeons.
Yeah.
It's great.
And the Lord saith, platinum trophy.
Yeah. It's fine.
Chat,
I'm gearing up
can-
to do Cyberpunk next month anyway. So
Yeah.
it'll be a good thing to do all sick, maybe.
Chat, can anybody with a quick access to a PDF of the King James Bible find any quote that we could, in the Bible, of any length, that we could put any lips into that would say platinum trophy? We start with Genesis, and we get like a Lord saith or something, and then ... platinum ... trophy. It can honestly be any version of the Bible. But
Anyways, the weird thing about this sick
as
is
a-
that like I have not been outside. I don't know where I got this.
yeah,
Sorry, you were saying.
I'm still got no J Swizzles. Basically, the question is if the word platinum appears in the Bible.
Let's find out.
If achievement is in the Bible, then we could definitely get "and the Lord saith all achievements." Because I think there was a tweet that I had seen. I think I had shared it with you, which is the Catholic to atheist pipeline, which is God doesn't exist, but he punishes me. And I need that feeling. I need to recapture that 5th grade going to mass feeling, but for the Chalice dungeons, because this feels like a trial.
Platinum does not appear in the Bible.
Damn. Does achievement or achievements?
Yes.
It does. Okay, then we got it. As some guy says, and the Lord said all ... achievement ... See, where's J Swizzle? Summon Queen Killer? Wait a minute.
And Kings, it's just...
Hold on. Did you just... You didn't see this, right?
What are you doing?
This... J Swizzle's not showing up, so I decided to check what this NPC was. This NPC is Queen Killer.
Oh.
What the fuck is this? First of all, a killer queen, so it's a
build.
It's a Queen reference, but it's actually a JoJo reference because it's referencing the Queen song that JoJo references by doing it in a copyright safe way. And also look at this build. What is this? And he's naked.
So I have two options for you here.
Yeah.
2 Chronicles 9:5. She said to the king, "The report I heard in my own country about your achievements and your wisdom is true." And Ecclesiastes 4:4. I saw all that toil and all achievements spring from one person's envy and another. This too is meaningless, chasing after the wind.
Oh my god, that's like exactly what this is. Other people have the platinum trophy, so I need it. It is my jealousy of it.
There you go.
We had a Bible lesson. Boom.
Oh my god. Welcome back, Catholic school.
Is this the time when I have to tell you, like, my Sunday school was Mormon Sunday school?
Ooh, that's fun.
Fun is a way to say it. Oh, Justin doesn't have the chalice yet. Okay.
Oh.
I'm behind on the chat. That's why it couldn't be set
Also, shout out to Queen Killer here going nuts.
up. Honestly, Queen Killer is kind of crushing it. Just want to be careful.
I think with Queen Killer, I can get him.
Yeah. You have a plus 10 Rockio, though. That doesn't help too much here.
I imagine that the plus 10 and the plus 6 are probably not giving that different.
Mm-hmm.
I could get plus 7 pretty easily, actually, because...
Job is the best Bible character, 2 OP. The problem that I have with Job is that I can never hear his name and not think about Arrested Development.
Do you know Catholic guilt is why I even have cats to begin with?
I believe it. Explain more. What do you mean?
So like, I just dropped 40 on some chunks. I think this is the time to do it though. I'm curious. Let's see how much a Great One's wisdom gives. 2. Wow. They said gives a lot of insight.
Hey, that is equivalent to 1 suck job.
Look. I got 3 suck jobs earlier in Bloodborne. This is like crazy tech.
Will Arnett takes the Bible. Please. I've made a huge mistake.
Let's give this some.
I'm glad that we opened this Leon Kennedy build with the idea of like, yeah, he'll use like the sword that turns into a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Be like a gun kind of build for Leon. And it has since edited ever so slightly.
Into anything but that.
Yeah.
Also, I've got these things on some crazy ass numbers. I think another thing about Bloodborne is that it definitely wants you to like engage with this system.
Some guy, I'm really glad that you two are an Arrested Development fan. Thank you. This is
I think it was lower Laron. Okay, so people wanted you wanted the Catholic guilt thing. So
yes.
Basically, I have very, very bad pet allergies. Really bad cat allergies, really bad all that. As a kid, I used to sit around when I was like 3, and I'm sure a lot of kids do this, but I'd like sit around on the like on the porch where I grew up and just like with my hands just like smush ants and different bugs, different tiny bugs, just smush them for no reason other than to do them. And then when I reached confirmation age, we were confirmed in the memory of a saint. And the saint that I was given was Saint Francis of Assisi, the patron saint of animals. And I was still very young at this point. And after getting confirmed that night, I had visions in my sleep of those like bugs that I like crushed.
Oh, geez.
And I had visions of them, of me as them. And like, but in like this very sort of celestial way. And then as I developed like allergies, really bad allergies, I was like, this is the punishment. This is the trial. I wantonly destroyed the beautiful nature that God made. Now I am punished by nature hurting me. And now I'm haunted by the ghost of Saint Francis, where every action I do is what would Saint Francis do. And I found Pumpkin in the woods when he was like 8, emaciated and nearly starved to death. And I have a level 4 out of 4 cat allergy. And between the choice of leave him and pick him up, I picked him up knowing that every day for the rest of my life would be spent in hell if I didn't. Because to be like Saint Francis, I would have to just put up with the allergy, suffer every day to save a little part of the world. And then I got allergy shots, and now I don't have the allergies anymore. But that's the Catholic guilt.
Damn. I'm not gonna lie.
I forgot to get Killer Queen.
Part of me, yeah. Part of me misheard what you said, and I kind of thought that the conversation was going to be like, you know, we owe like Catholic guilt for like the domestication of cats somehow or something like that, and not like your specific cats.
My specific cat, same with Poppy. He was a barn cat covered in like diarrhea and infection and disease. And when he was like 2 weeks old, and I was like, to be able to get him and not get him would be a grave insult.
Yeah.
So also, just like look at the difference in damage by having a serrated weapon. With
Yeah, even though this is only +7, right?
this is +7. I did get +10 on strength.
I feel like the vision for this fight, on some level, is to shatter all of the limbs, so that way you can ensure that you're getting.
Yeah, the only problem is that attack now at this point.
Yeah.
You were born on the day John the Baptist was executed, so you had a very vivid dreams of dying, beheaded as a martyr. Hey, the Catholic Church is the one place. It's also where my aesthetic sensibility is. It's why I love horror and violence and Bloodborne and Lovecraft and terrible visions and nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
The institution's terrible. However, the aesthetic is crazy. The things it does to your brain. At least it motivated me to be a better person, unlike some other American belief systems. Martin, Luther, the not goat, maybe the goat. I didn't read enough. We didn't read that heresy in Catholic school.
Yeah, Mormon Sunday school doesn't do fucking anything.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mormons have a grave sin, and that is the sin of just being fucking boring. And that's especially bad because, like...
Historically, Mormons are not boring. Historically, Mormons are very interesting because in the 1840s, they went to war with the government and won.
Yeah, like...
For no good things, though.
Because, like, my mom will sit there and be like, oh yeah, you have no idea. Like, all kinds of crazy shit goes down with, like in the temple, and they have the fucking magic underwear, they have the, like, confirmation names and the secret handshakes, and, like, you know, there's all sorts of, like, real fucked up shit going on, with the Mormons, but, like, it's all stuff that, like, adults have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, when you're a kid and you're, like, in Sunday school in, like, the Mormon church, it's just sort of like, oh, okay, I guess here's, like, you know, we learn about our primary colors, and I sit in the, like, church and listen to my dad give a, like, lecture about some part of the Mormon Bible, which is, like, you know, not...
Wow.
Okay, it is... Okay, I'm noticing a pattern. You, like... You get deep into this thing, and you just kind of eventually will meander your way underneath him, and the moment that you're underneath
He
him,
does the
like,
full
that's
body
when you go.
hitbox charge.
Yeah. And then... I bumped the mic, I'm sorry.
John Calvin's the true goat. What's the acronym for Calvinism about how, like, it's only the elect and everyone else is, like, going to hell, and it's... Thankfully, me, the person that came up with this idea, is the elect. I forget what the acronym is.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, but...
Yeah.
I can't remember.
The wild part is I actually feel confident that I can do this boss now. Well, predestination is like the idea, but there's like a specific acronym that like American Calvinists use, or maybe Calvinists everywhere.
Hey, if this takes more attempts, all that is a future Jace Whistle.
Hey, that's right. This is such a
Could always,
great.
like come out with the other trump card, which is that I have to just fucking leave. I feel like I've become a problematic presence on your channel.
What a fate.
Yeah. But to be fair, you know, I am a trans person on the internet. I don't know if you've heard things about such people. Damn.
We're screwed. We're not really. Killer Queen is crazy, honestly. Like, this dude's the true GOAT.
You might.
Could you
Would
imagine?
it be worth just kind of like backing up and letting Killer Queen kind of like chew on him for a little while, or like,
Maybe?
I don't know if it matters.
Maybe I let Killer Queen chew on him enough to get him into, like, those attacks where he freezes there, and then I can go in with the pizza cutter and, like, break a limb. I think it's the one-shots that's crazy. If we would have beat this boss long ago, if you didn't have to
it
be
is the
perfect.
one-shots. Would like any more vigor at this point help? I just feel like the answer
No,
to
because
that
it's getting cut in
no.
half, and we're past the soft cap. So we'd only be getting, like, 8 extra points.
And unless that one shot is like literally just like that, it is just like very neatly and directly what your HP bar is now. I don't know. I mean, Jace Whistle is swearing by going past the soft cap.
Oh, I'm sure it's worth it. But I think, like, I think at this point I just get more out of damage.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, it's because one of his limbs broke. He does that burst when his limbs break.
Yeah.
But honestly, that burst doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah. Broke another.
Like, it hurts, and you probably don't want to like just sit there and fucking take it. But like,
But Killer Queen wants to sit there and take it.
yeah.
At least
Nice.
Queen Killer here is, like, actually living up to his name.
I mean, is the Watchdog a queen?
Sure.
Is the Watchdog a girl boss?
Wow.
Well, that sucked.
Well, we are now at the worst possible point, which is that this fight is over when we get the perfect Queen Killer run. The Watchdog is certainly gamekeeping. I don't know if I do wonder if pumping HP would even matter for this fight, though, with it getting cut in half. I say that, but I would get, like, if I went and got 10 more levels of Vigor, I would also get, like, 1 more point of defense.
That is true. And it would give Justin some time.
I wonder if it's the physical damage that's causing me the problems, rather than the fire. Like, I don't know if I have really any armor
You're
that's...
taking half physical in here, remember?
I'm taking half physical too,
Yeah, everything here takes half physical.
including me.
Yes. That's what chat said.
Okay. Hmm.
I will say, I do find it very.
He's done this 3
interesting.
times now, the dash already.
Beautiful. I will say that it's very interesting seeing Bloodborne from like a mechanical back end thing, like looking at the stats and the levels and how armor works and all that stuff. It's interesting to me because it does feel like a lot of people who have talked to me about the Souls games before like talking about like the additions and the new stuff, right? Like Dark Souls 1 came out, it's big, it's huge, whatever, right? And then like Dark Souls 2 came out and it's like, yes, now like poise is levelable, adaptability is levelable, there's a whole bunch of different stats, there's a whole bunch of different things, like new weapons, all sorts of like new stuff, right? Like Demon Souls comes out, armor is just armor, right?
Yeah.
Dark Souls goes, you can upgrade your armor, right?
Right.
Bloodborne, while all of the weapons in Bloodborne are way flashier and like way more, you know, there's like more diversity in like movesets and whatever. Bloodborne feels mechanically pared down in a lot of ways.
It really is.
Not a lot of stats to level up. There is no like magic system that has the kind of like robust complexity of the other games. It just seems like you pick up these tools and you get some uses of them. Are the uses tied to your goal?
They're tied to the bullets, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Remember one-shot Radahn? When I was the one-shotting?
Yeah, those were the days.
Well, the Jer Strike will have plenty of time to catch up, I am sure. Because I think 2 more attempts and then I'm calling it and I'm sleeping on it.
Yeah, this could just be a sleep on it.
Mm-hmm. How am I sitting here getting humbled? This is kind of what I deserve after how the stream started, though. The universe ebbs and flows.
Yeah. Well, it's the reason why, like, I try to make it my business to always remain as, like, humble when I, like, do good in Dark Souls. Because I know at any given point in time, all of that can come crashing down.
Limb broken. Sweet. Yes, King K, I beat Radahn first attempt on stream. It was very, very cursed. Weapon at risk. Oh, thank God. They give you that warning fairly early, so I shouldn't like actually
have enough for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I do. Get out of the way, Killer Queen. Oh, he's doing like heavy jumping attacks and shit. Good thing I got that heal in.
Good lord.
Killer Queen!
Throwing a dog tantrum.
Sorry, I'm like suddenly very tense.
It's fine.
Jesus.
Wow!
That is so brutal.
Especially because I don't... Every time I've seen the jumping attack, I've been one-shot. I've not dodged it a single time correctly. And I've seen it 3 times. It's not even like a move you can practice on. Either is like
Yeah,
a
'cause they
wild
have to,
thing.
like, go through. Yeah.
More cum fuckery.
Yeah, that's rough. Just.
What is this, a DS3 enemy? This looks like a lot of fun, says King K. King K is what we call a late arrival to seeing this boss.
It's,
This is I'm glad it looks like a lot of fun now because it is not, and it has never been.
yeah. It's a lot of something.
It's a lot of that's a lot of damage. It's a lot of numbskullery is what it is. Is this the worst boss that From Software has ever made? And will that opinion change when I beat it?
I mean, obviously, the worst boss that FromSoft has ever made is Ceaseless Discharge, because no one told me how to do the cheese strat.
Ceaseless Discharge is a really bad boss if you don't do the cheese.
Yeah.
How many times did I end up fighting the Watch Puppy? A lot.
Yeah, this one's been keeping me stuck.
What would I give, asks Lord Pent, to have Elden Ring bleed? Well, based on the amount of money I've spent on owning Elden Ring, $100. I have spent $100 on Elden Ring, base game and DLC. You know, I can't believe I beat Melania and Consort Radahn for the first time in one stream, and I'm still here doing this.
Well, to be
at the end of the
to
day,
be fair, it's not like this is the only boss that you're like those are the only 2 bosses this stream. Like, you did beat Keeper of the Old Lords
and all 3 in the Riz dungeon.
All 3, yeah. So like,
I beat a Breedis
it's been
again.
a pretty productive, yeah. Like, ultimately, this has been productive for you. It's just, you know.
Yeah, the trouble is going to be what is after. I'm not really in the mood to get a surprise. What's after Watchdog? Is it another reskin?
Let's find out.
What is the third boss of the Defiled Dungeon?
Defiled Chalice. Let's see here.
Because I'm just ready for Orphan of Kos to just show back up. And Orphan of Kos took fewer attempts than Watchdog because Orphan of Kos doesn't one-shot you no matter what you do.
It is Amygdala.
I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to do it. Let me do it.
I just want to point out, base game Amygdala in the Nightmare Frontier has 6,404 HP.
Mm-hmm.
In the Defiled Chalice, Amygdala has 22,049.
Less than the Watchdog.
Less than the Watchdog.
I think I have finally found, is this what people that don't enjoy From Software games experience them as?
I wonder.
It's a digital sticker, you fool. No! And the Lord said, all achievements. We heard the quote earlier. Did you write down or keep tabs on what that one Bible quote was? Pull that back up. We need to read this again because I don't think everyone in chat quite understood the severity of what we're dealing with. This is more than a digital sticker.
Let's go to my favorite website, BibleGateway.com. She said to the king, ... Your
You cut out. ... Your.
She said to the king, ... Your achievements. ...
Yes.
The other one that we're looking for is, and I saw that all toil and all achievements spring from one person's envy of another. This too is meaningless, chasing after the wind.
Fuck. So is God saying to do it or not do it? Or is he saying?
Let me.
Is God saying?
Try to truncate that
is
for
the
you.
word of God saying that it's going to be suffering no matter what? Because that last one, that second one, seemed to say that the only reason you go after the platinum trophy is because other people have done it. But it's like chasing the wind. You won't actually get the satisfaction you're looking for from doing it.
Or
the king said your achievements.
Try this on for size. And I saw all that toil and all achievement spring from one person's ... chasing ...
So
kind of sounds, like.
Hold on. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like the chase itself is what you're after. That's what gives satisfaction. So
yeah,
I need the platinum trophy to be there, not unlocked. I need to always have a Dark Souls boss I need to get to. Because you see, another part of this problem is that it's not just the platinum trophy that I want. It's the desire to see all major boss health bars. Right?
Yeah. That's why you fought Ancient Dragon.
That's why I fought Ancient Dragon. Now, I don't give a rat's ass about any of the Chalice Dungeon bosses except for the one that awaits at the very end. The Dumerian Queen is a boss, and I want to see it. It's a major story boss in a Souls game that I have never encountered before. So I have to do it.
Now, can't someone do a random Chalice Dungeon configuration where the boss is just the Dumerian Queen?
I think it needs to be within the glyph type, so I don't know if you can actually do that without the chalice itself.
Blueberries in my coffee say ... your achievements ... envy endorsed clearly.
She ain't all that. She just splooges on you. But that's the thing, right? I have been sucked off too many times in this stream. I have lost so much intelligence from the amount of times that these brain leeches have shown up and sucked me off and stolen my IQ. I need to get splooged on by a Bloodborne boss. Because if it doesn't happen, then what was this all for?
I love that Bloodborne is a cautionary tale of what happens when you get sucked off too many times. You lose insight.
I played Bloodborne. It was normal. I gained insight. I gained intelligence points. I was rising there. I met Lady Maria. I watched all of her animations way more closely than I've ever watched the animations of any Souls boss. I got good. And then my hubris took over. I went into Blorbborne. I went down into the dungeons, and I got sucked off so many times. And here we are, now trapped in the forever loop of the cumfuck dungeon.
You're having like a fucking full-on villain speech right now. Are you okay?
Is this the second time that I've had a complete and total breakdown in the Bloodborne series, despite it being a game that I have beaten and a game that I have not struggled with? Except for, like, ROM and this, Watchdog. How many attempts does it take to kill Gurman, you think?
Gehrman's a punk. I'm sorry. I'm sure you'll be fine.
One.
Yeah. First try.
You're level 300.
After this? Yeah,
This
you're
is-
fucking level 1,000,000.
I'm only level 173, okay?
Uh-huh.
When-
No Bloodborne stream series is complete without a Mikolash-esque breakdown.
Grind.
Yeah.
Eyes. Mikolash was just out there on the grind trying to get sucked off, and it didn't work out. He got to first base with Breath of the Wild, but he could not get to third base. It was doomed.
Some may even call it costly.
I feel bad because, like, horny Bloodborne is, like, clearly the theme here. Sloppy from the One Reborn, oh no.
Beautiful.
I'm almost caught up to my Elden Ring level that I beat Radahn with. And Elden Ring's a game that's 130 hours long with the DLC. Is this slop? This is not slop, Andrew. This is sloppy. It's different.
Yeah.
We have slop and we have sloppy. Now, I've been watching Apothecary Diaries on the recommendations of Twitter. It's pretty, it's good, for what it is. It looks real good. It's what we call sloppy slop. It's the type of anime that has the same anime slop attitude of stuff for 14-year-olds, except aged up, because, like, there's a bit where one of the main characters leans into the other main character and says, out of context, double entendre, sort of intended, sort of not, if it would help, I can come inside. And everybody starts melting down. That's sloppy slop.
Yeah.
And this is what Bloodborne is too.
Yeah.
Literally the final boss. I've seen the item that the Thumerian Queen gives you. The item you get from her is literally the semen item.
The what?
The semen item.
Oh.
It's the one when you, like, look at it, it's like one of those Dark Souls 3 twisted souls, but you look at it and, like, all of the twisting, winding tendrils around it are sperm.
Oh.
Did you know that this is a video game about hunting beasts and you shouldn't ask too many questions?
I did know that, yeah.
That's what Gurman said. He wouldn't lie to us.
Yeah. I trust Gurman.
I always trust Gurman. He knows what's up.
Yeah.
There's a boss called the One Reborn. And the Thumerian Queen is, like, got a bloody abdomen. There's really no imagery in this game at all.
Nah, it is just a...
It's just
when you
gray.
like, get down to it, when you get rid of all of...
The
looking past all of the subjective stuff. I love looking back at the chat and seeing the words, oh yeah, comma, the blood semen.
You gotta
Thank you,
love
Clint.
Bloodborne.
There's also 4/3 of an umbilical cord. Yeah.
Hey, And that goes hard. Well, see, Iris, it's an interesting thing that you point out there, the 4/3 of an umbilical cord, and this is probably what you're getting at anyway, but I love this, like, I love the horror of this idea of there being 4/3, because whatever it's an umbilical cord of means that there were two.
Yeah.
And considering the story of Bloodborne, the idea that there were two of these failed, like, births is that's some fucked up crazy shit. The part of your brain, oh look, we're doing, she's bowing to me.
Yeah. The only other thing that it could possibly be is that it is the cosmic horror of going, oh yeah, like picking up an item and being like, yeah, this is probably like 1/3 of an umbilical cord, and then realizing that it is in fact way longer an umbilical cord than you thought it was.
What, like we made a
I
bad
think that's
judgment
also
call?
pretty funny. Yeah.
The person that named this just fucked up.
Yeah. Hey, this umbilical cord is a lot longer.
Yeah,
than
because I heard it described by someone, because there's like a paleontology or archaeological idea like this, like you find a dinosaur bone and there's 5 legs, you know, there's 2 specimen. Same thing, you find 4/3 of an umbilical cord, there's at least 2.
Yeah. Also, as some guy put it, you gotta rekindle the first flame, and that sounds like a good idea. So this is a good story. Seems like a good idea.
Yeah,
so
it does.
You go and do it.
That sounds like a good idea. I'm so excited. I've started writing my Why Dark Souls 2 and 3 are great sequels video.
Finally, a good video.
Finally. And here's the fun part is that I'm going to have to fight the copyright. Because I'm including the final speech of No Country for Old Men, the very last bit, the final paragraph of the novel that Tommy Lee Jones reads of his dream where his father goes off into the darkness carrying a flame and he just disappeared, but he knows he'll be there when he arrives.
Nice.
And fire imagery, Dark Souls, Cormac McCarthy. I mean, like I'm excited. I'm actually going out of my way to make sure I don't check any of the lore that I'm analyzing.
Right. You don't want to do that.
Well, because the way Dark Souls is written is like trying to get an individual theme out of Dark Souls is like trying to get an individual theme out of life itself, because of how it's written, being very archaeological and mythological. You cannot write like a wiki thing with like a cogent idea. Dark Souls lists a bunch of facts that may or may not be true about its world, leaves a bunch of other stuff out, and then you're meant to figure out what some of the implications may be. And you can have entirely disparate, seemingly contradictory readings that can all exist within the same slate of possibly true facts.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I can't wait to play it.
Dark Souls 3 is almost there. Dark Souls is about gatekeeping casuals through bad faith arguments into elitism, actually. Finally. Yeah. Something I can agree with.
I remember Gwyn's speech during the Plin Plin Plon.
Yeah. I cannot
He
wait.
looks at you and he goes, "You used the great sword to get here.
Wow.
Don't you realize that's the easy mode?"
What do you think Gwyn's elitist reaction is when you run in a Havel's armor and a parry shield?
You're not
Does-
really playing Elden Ring now, are you?
Does Gwyn go down screaming scoreboard, thinking that Havel came in and killed him?
Literally says that.
He literally screams scoreboard. He's the only boss that talks.
Yeah.
Gwyn downvotes your Reddit posts. He's got nothing else to do in the kill to the first flame, that's for sure. And by the time we get to Dark Souls 3, plin plon, like, I don't know. He's been there for a long time.
Yeah.
God, the final boss of Dark Souls 3, I hated when I
He
first
looks at
played
you
the
and he
game.
goes, "Oh, you have 30 great soul arrows?
Yeah. Casual.
What is this garbage?"
A lot of people like plin plon. I prefer twinkle, twinkle, little
God.
star. That's my favorite boss theme for gargoyles.
I almost feel bad. Making fun of Joseph Anderson this much.
Yeah.
But, woof, what a
yeah.
what a rough video his Dark Souls
Yeah.
1 critiques are.
You hated it? I thought it was so cool. Well, I didn't finish my sentence because I got distracted in an entirely other thought, Clint, but I was saying,
Sorry.
when I first played Dark Souls 3, I hated the final boss. It is now my favorite final boss in the series. I love Soul of Cinder. Because my first time playing Dark Souls 3, I was just mad the whole time at like all the "these are things I know" references, and now I know that's actually why Dark Souls 3 goes so hard.
Mm-hmm. Yorm saw Blushy Crushy in the flame and didn't want to light it again.
Do you think that's the problem with the Abyss Watchers? They're like all gooners and they're trying to stop each other. They're all Xenoblade fans.
Yeah, they all loaded up Xenoblade 2 and it drove them to paralytic madness.
Which other than Covetous Demon, because that's low hanging fruit, which Dark Souls bosses love Xenoblade 2 the most?
Ceaseless Discharge.
Well, okay. I think that's also low hanging fruit. Because it's literally in his name, right? Ceaseless Discharge is actually a mistranslation from the Japanese of ceaselessly watching Blushy Crushy. They felt Western audiences wouldn't understand the reference.
Yeah.
They all just murmur Pyra and Mithra and pummel each other. No, it's my polycule!
God. Do you remember the one time when people were like trying to debate on whether or not the characters in Xenoblade 2 are queer or not?
That made me sick to my stomach. I felt physically ill at the idea of people going around saying Xenoblade 2 and Persona 4, finally, some gay video games.
Yeah, I get what is meant, right?
I get
like,
what they
by
want.
The whole, yeah, I get what they want when people go online and they go like, "Oh, these stories never explicitly say that these characters are straight, so we can't assume that they're straight." But that feels less like an art analysis and more like you're just trying to score points in the discourse battlefields.
It reminds me a lot of it's like the gamer version of all the people that are trying to prove that Taylor Swift is actually lesbian.
Yeah.
Or it's like, you can just like Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain, and maybe this has to do with how communities form and sort of purity testing, the feeling that, if I'm queer and I'm really involved in queer spaces online, I have to be so pure as to either only consume, and I will use consume in the pejorative here, because that's what it feels like, queer art, or make the case that every single Three Houses character is actually bi representation.
Yeah. And I don't know, part of me, I guess, just feels like you're shortchanging yourself. It's actually okay to enjoy things. Like, I don't know. I think a lot of this does sink into the problem with like the moral obligations that we have imposed upon ourselves online. Like the idea that like you have to consume art ethically is kind of a brain poison.
Yeah,
you know?
my fiction. We have
It's
to
like,
purity test the art, and
it's like, who cares,
Yeah.
right?
the
Like, people get freaked out about all sorts of things, right?
mhm.
Like, you know, Persona 3 is a great game. There are parts in Persona 3 that I don't like, right? But like, oh well. Like, I don't
Mhm.
know. Not to sound
I own
not to
Persona
sound,
3 now.
weirdly defeatist about it, but like, oh well. Like,
Yeah, whatever. Like,
that's just what it is, I guess.
I don't know. It's for
If you don't like it, make something, right? I'm so sick and tired of people going like, no. I'm gonna headcanon, like based moral, ethical, radical theory into art that I personally enjoy, so that way I never have to like step outside of my comfort zone.
right.
I can just like the things that I like, but nobody can say that I'm a bad person for liking them.
Right. And it gets weird too, especially like Three Houses is interesting because like because there was like the tweet that went viral recently of like Sylvain is confirmed by and all this stuff, and like I'm about to say something really hateful about Three Houses, which
Go
is
ahead.
that the fact that pretty much without exception, without other than one Major's headcanon Three Hopes exception, all of the gay relationships are locked down to the Avatar. There are specifically more lesbian pairings than there are gay pairings. And the lesbian rep in Three Houses is lesbian rep in the same way two girls making out in a Strokes music video from 2002 is queer representation.
Yeah, and I know that, like, I don't know, I feel like every time this comes up, somebody inevitably goes, well, you know, in Three Hopes, they made Monica, and Monica is, like, very, very outwardly in love with specifically Edelgard and no one else. To which I'm, like, I hate to break it to them, but, like, yeah, but, you know, Monica's a joke. Like, that's a gag. She has a hopeless crush on Edelgard who doesn't reciprocate, and it's funny because like she's a weirdo.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like,
I've seen.
is that what we like? I don't know. Is
that what we want?
Like,
well, I've seen people I've seen people gay rep Mesmer from Shadows of the Erd Tree. And I'm like, no. He's clearly in love with his mother. I mean, he's clearly in love with Raylana, and Freud got away with one. He can't keep getting away with it, by the way. How does Freud keep showing up? But it's weird, right? Because like your headcanon early of Radahn gay rep is like clearly like fun meme, not actually. Elden Ring is socially important because I'm gonna gymnastic my way into gay Radahn.
yeah,
My blood echoes. This is 3 level up, some guy.
I think there's a problem. Like, I don't know. This is personal taste, I guess, or whatever. But whenever people try to talk to me about like queer rep in something like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, there's at least a part of me that always goes like, that's like the least interesting question that I think you can think about when it comes to characters in these games.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at Maiden Estrella and going like, was she a lesbian though? Because like,
Now, did Maiden Estrella go into the clergy because she was a lesbian or because she was ace? Let's consult the lore.
like, who cares?
Freud's
you know,
always in the
Maiden
shadows.
It's really important to the lore, TM. Listen, this is where maybe I'm just kind of brushing up against the limitations of like my capacity to give a shit as a media critic, because I am very outwardly like disinterested in lore. Like I'm having problems with that because I am watching undisclosed shonen anime right now. And like every single episode we have to like stop everything we're doing just so that like
Wait,
just
Jay Swizzle's asking me for help on a boss? Hell yeah.
you have to reciprocate.
I'm going to do one more, and then we're going to go get the levels, and then I'll throw down the summon sign.
Hell yeah. But like it's like every single episode we have to stop everything that we're doing so that way like we can learn about some character's backstory. And like I have just gotten so tired with like just like, oh cool, I love it when fiction goes, well actually there's like a very interesting and important reason why you should care about these characters that we're going to tell you about right now. Just kind of like in a block, like here it is. Like, could you imagine if every single time you loaded into a Dark Souls fight, say you loaded into like fighting Godric, right, in Elden Ring, could you imagine if his opening cutscene was just like a 10-minute long flashback of like all of the major events in his life that like led up to this point?
Farewell, good mate.
Yeah. It'd be horrible. And see,
And that was every major fight in every game in the series. Like I don't know, I think it would just make me lose my mind.
I'd go crazy
Outside of the
too.
fact that like Ceaseless Discharge would probably be hilarious. I would actually pay money to have a mod that is just like zooming in on Ceaseless Discharge, dropping his ring into the lava, and just like fuck.
I bet you want to know how I got into this situation.
Yeah, that's me.
All right, co-op quick search. Jay Swizzle, what Chalice is Aberrant Beast in? I want to make sure I didn't unsummon it. Because I don't know which Aberrant Beast you're on, because there's two.
That reads like a sentence. I need Radahn to tell me the minutia of the astrophysics of his gravity magic. A Psycho Mantis intro. Yeah.
I guess this is all to say, though, that like with the three houses thing, to like kind of wrap this all up, I think I would be less annoyed with the way people talk about like characters in three houses is if like they did just treat it as like, this is my gay slop headcanon that the game is just vague enough about to like let me do, and it's fun to make my dolls kiss. And I'm having
like, who
slop
gives a
fun
shit?
with that, because at least then it's like, hell yeah, now that's fun. That's fun. That's you're reading yaoi. You're reading like low rent yaoi, and that goes hard.
Yeah. That's the Gay Marriage Awakening and Fates mod that I contributed to. Just fucking, you know, sure, have fun with it.
I guess I have to
But,
stand
like,
here.
I just hate how much of it is just like, here is the moral justification
Ring
to,
that
like,
bell, Jay
to
Sizzle.
save my soul, to make sure that, you know, no one can accuse me of being a problematic consumer.
Yeah. I think because like Elden Ring sort of in Dark Souls really solves this lore problem by one, you never have to actually look at it
Yeah.
if you don't want to, and then they really do like, I think, emphasize lore in a way other stories don't. A lot of shonen and stuff will like use lore as this is the backstory of the things we're seeing that are definite. The reason why lore is the primary way of the way stories in Dark Souls are told is because the stories happened so long ago. And you really are just picking up pieces of it there's no main story to fall back on because you're just finding out bits and pieces. And also, it's lore that does not neatly tie itself into a wiki at all.
You put the idea in my head one time, and it has lived now in my head ever since. A Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War remake that takes place like in a doomed timeline run where, like, you know, Sigurd's efforts to like save Seliph or whatever just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole game is just a Dark Souls where you're like some nameless soldier cursed with like everlasting life,
Yeah, well,
digging through like a ruined kingdom that
yeah.
has like fallen into darkness, and the
And
only way
Arvis
that
is
you
just
learn
sitting
about,
there like Mesmer.
yeah, and the only way that you learn about like Sigurd and Deirdre is through like little like stories or like books that you find and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, I think that would go pretty fucking hard.
I can't believe I'm fighting this guy again.
This is what we've been training for. The best part is, you have your entire health bar. Anyway, this is all to say, intelligence systems should hire me to write the FE4 remake, because that's exactly what I would do with it.
How mad would Fire Emblem fans be that they'd have to play a different game? I mean, that they'd have to play a Souls-like to get their genealogy remake.
I mean, I'm not above, I'm not above doing fan service. One of the super bosses can be Lewin, like possessed by the Crusader, and he wields, you know, Forseti, and like, you know, he's like an Easter egg like lore boss, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you get bloodstone chunks? I got a bloodstone chunk. Give me
Hell
the
yeah.
wheel. This has become a baby boss just within the course of the Chalice dungeons.
Yeah. Proving how skilled you've gotten.
What
Easy
a
game for toddlers. Yeah, it's true.
I cannot believe how
You know,
tiny this
many
little baby
people are
game
thinking
is.
This. Yeah,
Many people have been
thinking
saying.
this.
With the cumfuckery and the bullshittery, I think now is the sleep on it time. Make one attempt while I have 69 vigor, 35 strength. Let's just see what happens.
I mean,
Let's just see
has
how
to
this
be
one
the
differs.
This has to be the Justin attempt, right?
Well, not here yet, because you're still gonna have to get past the Watcher of the Old Lords. So I'm gonna bring in.
No, but isn't it just that like he has to have like the chalice itself?
Oh,
not,
maybe
like,
he just has
be
to
at
have the
same
chalice.
depth?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
You have to shoot your console since you use summons? No! Oh my god. You know, I think it would be fun, actually. Maybe I will go back to Fire Emblem for one last video, one last annoying video, which is remaking all the games that people want remade as entirely different genres. Because I do think it'd be fun to, like, theory craft a bunch of remakes of the games that are, like, entirely different than what people want. Because, again, everyone just wants same thing but better graphics.
Yeah.
Which is the most boring thing you can want.
Gracia 776, but it's a Shin Megami Tensei style JRPG.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah,
FE7.
you can recruit soldiers like demons, and when they die, they leave your army for good. You have to like recruit new ones.
Then you take them to the lab and synthesize them together.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
Wouldn't it?
Come on, Killer Queen.
That goes hard. See, like, listen, people are too close-minded, okay? Three Houses should be a fishing simulation. I think Three Houses, but it's a visual novel, would be really fucking good.
It could be good, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just have to, like... I hate to be that person that's like Three Houses would be so good if it were finished, but...
I mean, yeah, like, you're absolutely not wrong. I mean, I guess what I'm trying
No!
Well, time to pull out the Rockio.
How did I forget that this was a thing that happened in the last fight?
Fates is a Metroidvania. See, now you're thinking.
My DPS might actually be better now.
Weirdly enough. He's doing
His big...
yeah,
His cosm, we'll call it.
his bark. Oh, Killer Queen.
That run was so good until it just wasn't. For... Oh, I dodged it.
Oh!
Oh, and limb broken.
Nice.
Whack on the face. For fun.
And get out, yeah. He's beginning to believe. Nice. Cheeky.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
3 times in a row.
He's fucking spamming it.
I keep expecting like a
Oh.
different attack. I wish there was a way to like bait out good attacks.
Right? Unbroken. Limb grave.
Nice.
Thank you. It's nice being appreciated.
I should probably actually attack the broken
Oh.
limbs. Good night, sweet doggo.
Do you want to do? Do you have it in you to do a juiced attempt? Because I think
If
you
Jay
might-
Swizzle is available, then yes.
yeah. First repair your
My pizza cutter.
yeah.
Jay Swizzle, are you available, or are you still?
You don't have the chalice yet.
Oof. Yeah, then that's it.
What do you need for it though?
If you just need the chalice in the inventory, it shouldn't be a problem, I guess. Well,
Yeah, I would say you know, repair your thing now before
yeah,
you-
because I'll forget before the next stream.
yeah.
We have like 5 chalice bosses left, and then I get to stomp New Game Plus.
Hell
It's like
yeah.
I just have to get through these 2 walls. Now, I'm going to assume Amygdala is about to be... I don't know if Amygdala is going to be more toxic.
Less HP than
Less HP.
it's the sinister. It's the defiled.
It's defiled. We're in the defiled
Yeah.
chalice.
I can look that up for you if you want to.
Defiled Laron, I think.
It's in the lower Tumor Chalice dungeon. It drops from the layer 4 boss.
It is the cursed Tumerian defilement.
Defilement.
It's a great word, defilement.
You should use the lighter plush because it's +10. That means it's good. Listen, if you had a +10 Evelyn to go with it, then like definitely.
Yeah. What chalices are left? It's the defiled chalice and then the final chalice with the Tumerian Queen is what's left.
The Riz Chalice.
Yeah. I mean, I could also do
that
the
the last
Hinter...
one?
I could do the Hintertomb challenges so that I can truly see all bosses, but like low-key kind of fuck all that.
I mean, if it's not needed for the platinum at this point in time, like
It would only be to make my mood better, to actually beat something. I say that, but I'm a little curious now. We're gonna
the curiosity.
We're gonna-
beckons.
peace out here, but I'm gonna do one last thing. It's not like an objective or anything. It's just that with my cracked ass, jacked statistical proficiency now,
Bergenworth.
also I think I
Bergenworth.
get a thing that I need for the... I thought this guy gave you something after beating Koss.
I mean, if you want to kill him, you can fucking kill him. Like,
Nah.
that's not what you're asking. Sorry, I misread that situation.
Yeah. I want to
Alright,
go
what
to...
are you going for?
I just want to run to those shark guys. In the well.
Oh shit. The Well Boys.
Because I'm curious about one thing. At my accursed level.
That doesn't seem like that much damage. Like, it's definitely a lot. I mean, if anything, the big takeaway here is that you've gotten pretty tanky. I'm also like right into the microphone. I'm sorry
Yeah.
about that.
But not tanky enough.
Damn.
I'm glad to know that even at a level 192, that's still heinous. And I was fighting them with the +10 of the weapon that they dropped.
Yeah.
That's extra insulting. Well, with that,
Times, frankly.
thank you all for joining. What a cursed stream in every way.
Yeah.
Remember 5 hours ago when I killed Radahn?
God, those were the days.
I need to do something with my life other than play Peak. I need to find some mid and engage with it.
Well, I'm gonna be playing Cyberpunk 2077. I'll let you know if that's mid.
Finally. Catholic stream. Yeah, we did get the Catholic guilt story. And I also got to first base with Breath of the Wild. A lot happened.
Yeah. I picked a fight with people about manga and anime. It was a good time.
It was great. Thank you for the $4.99, Andrew. Good night, everybody. Good night to everyone as well. That's why we need a Bloodborne Switch port, not a PC port. Exactly. We did that.
See,
we
now
did
you're
Malenia, but we're walled on Watchdog of the Old Lords. You beat Rom and ran away from Ligarius, as all things should be, Nick. As all things should
Yeah.
be. But we will see you all for Dark Souls weekend, or perhaps Bloodborne at some point. Can't say when exactly. Bloodborne kind of happens on days when you happen to be free in the evenings. So we shall see when the next one is. But in the meantime, thank you all for being the best. I'm glad you all got to see me just fucking choke
It's good to be king.
Radahn, and then I choked on every Chalice dungeon boss. And that's what we need.
Yeah,
So
it's great. It's beautiful.
yeah. With that, we'll see you all later. Goodbye.
Have a good night, everybody.